takes much less work for your neck and back muscles to support it. Move it several inches forward, however, and you start to strain those muscles. Hold up that forward-leaning bowling ball for 8 or 12 hours a day, and it's no wonder you are tired. And fatigue might not be your only problem. Poor posture can cause back, neck, and other muscle and joint problems. As you slump, your body may compensate by flattening the normal inward curves in your neck and lower back. This can cause pain and degenerative arthritis of the spine. Fourth, it prevents cartilage and joint breakdown. Each time you practice yoga, you take your joints through their full range of motion. This can help prevent degenerative arthritis or mitigate disability by squeezing and soaking areas of cartilage that normally aren't used. Joint cartilage is just like a sponge. It receives fresh nutrients only when its fluid is squeezed out and a new supply can be soaked up. Without proper sustenance, neglected areas of cartilage can eventually wear out, exposing the underlying bone-like worn-out brake pads. Fifth, it protects your spine. Spinal disc, the shock absorbers between the vertebrae that can herniate and compress nerves, crave movement. That's the only way they get their nutrients. If you have got a well-balanced asana practice with plenty of back bends, forward bends and twists, you will help keep your discs supple. Sixth is it betters your bone health. It's well documented that weight-bearing exercise strengthens bones and helps ward off osteoporosis. Many postures in yoga require that you lift your own weight, and some, like downward and upward facing dog, help strengthen the arm bones, which are particularly vulnerable to osteoporotic fractures. In an unpublished study conducted at California State University, Los Angeles, yoga practice increased bone density in the vertebrae. Yoga's ability to lower levels of stress hormone cortisol may help keep calcium in the bones. Seventh, it increases your blood flow. Yoga gets your blood flowing. More specifically, the relaxation exercises you learn in yoga can help your circulation, especially in your hands and feet. Yoga also gets more oxygen to your cells, which function better as a result. Twisting poses are thought to wring out venous blood from internal organs and allow oxygenated blood to flow in once the twist is released. Inverted poses such as headstand, handstand and shoulder stand encourage venous blood from the legs and pelvis to flow back to the heart, where it can be pumped to the lungs to be freshly oxygenated. This can help if you have swelling in your legs from heart or kidney problems. Yoga also boosts levels of hemoglobin and red blood cells, which carry oxygen to the tissues. And it thins the blood by making platelets less sticky and by cutting the level of clot-promoting proteins in the blood. This can lead to a decrease in heart attacks and strokes, since blood clots are often the cause of these killers. Eighth, it drains your lymph and boosts immunity. When you contract and stretch muscles, move organs around and come in and out of yoga postures, you increase the drainage of lymph. It's a viscous fluid rich in immune cells. This helps the lymphatic system fight infection, destroy cancerous cells and dispose of the toxic waste products of cellular functioning. Ninth, it ups your heart rate. When you regularly get your heart rate into the aerobic range, you lower your risk of heart attack and can relieve depression. While not all yoga is aerobic, if you do it vigorously or take flow or Ashtanga classes, it can boost your heart rate into the aerobic range. But even yoga exercise that don't get your heart rate up that high can improve cardiovascular conditioning. Studies have found that yoga practice lowers the resting heart rate, increases endurance, and can improve your maximum uptake of oxygen during exercise, all reflections of improved aerobic conditioning. One study found that subjects who were taught only pranayama could do more exercise with less oxygen. 11th, it regulates your adrenal glands. Yoga lowers cortisol levels. If that doesn't sound like much, consider this. Normally, the adrenal glands secrete cortisol in response to an acute crisis, which temporarily boosts immune function. If your cortisol levels stay high even after the crisis, they can compromise the immune system. Temporary boosts of cortisol help with long-term memory, but chronically high levels undermine memory and may lead to permanent changes in the brain. Additionally, excessive cortisol has been linked with major depression, osteoporosis. It extracts calcium and other minerals from bones and interferes with the laying down of new bones, high blood pressure, and insulin resistance. In rats, high cortisol levels lead to what researchers call food-seeking behavior, the kind that drives you to eat when you're upset, angry, or stressed. The body takes those extra calories and distributes them as fat in the abdomen, contributing to weight gain and the risk of diabetes and heart attack. 12. Founds a healthy lifestyle. Move more, eat less. That's the adage of many a dieter. Yoga can help on both fronts. A regular practice gets you moving and burn calories, and the spiritual and emotional dimensions of your practice may encourage you to address any eating and weight problems on a deeper level. Yoga may also inspire you to become a more conscious eater. 13th, it lowers blood sugar. Yoga lowers blood sugar level and LDL cholesterol and boosts HDL or the good cholesterol. In people with diabetes, yoga has been found to lower blood sugar in several ways. By lowering cortisol and adrenaline levels, encouraging weight loss, and improving sensitivity to the effects of insulin. Get your blood sugar levels down and you decrease your risk of diabetic complications such as heart attack, kidney failure, and blindness. 14th, it helps you focus. An important component of yoga is focusing on the present. Studies have found that regular yoga practice improves coordination, reaction time, memory, and even IQ scores. People who practice transcendental meditation demonstrate the ability to solve problems and acquire and recall information better, probably because they are less distracted by their thoughts, which can play over and over like an endless tape loop. 15th, it relaxes your system. Yoga encourages you to relax, slow your breath, and focus on the present, shifting the balance from the sympathetic nervous system or the fight or flight response to the parasympathetic nervous system. The latter is calming and restorative. It lowers breathing and heart rates, decreases blood pressure, and increases blood flow to the intestines and reproductive organs, comprising what Herbert Benson MD calls the relaxation response. 16th, it improves your balance. Regularly practicing yoga increases proprioception, or the ability to feel what your body is doing and where it is in space, and improves balance. People with bad posture or dysfunctional movement patterns usually have poor proprioception, which has been linked to knee problems and back pain. Better balance could mean fewer falls. For the elderly, this translates into more independence and delayed admission to a nursing home or even never entering one at all. For the rest of us, postures like tree pose can make us feel less wobbly on and off the mat. 17. It maintains your nervous system. Some advanced yogis can control their bodies in extraordinary ways, many of which are mediated by the nervous system. Scientists have monitored yogis who could induce unusual heart rhythms, generate specific brainwave patterns, and, using a meditation technique, raise the temperature of their hands by 15 degrees Fahrenheit. If they can use yoga to do that, perhaps you could learn to improve blood flow to your pelvis if you are trying to get pregnant or induce relaxation when you are having trouble falling asleep. 18th one, it releases tension in your limbs. Do you ever notice yourself holding the telephone or a steering wheel with a death grip, or scrunching your face when staring at a computer screen? These unconscious habits can lead to chronic tension, muscle fatigue, and soreness in the wrists, arms, shoulders, neck, and face, which can increase stress and worsen your mood. As you practice yoga, you begin to notice where you hold tension. It might be in your tongue, your eyes, or the muscles of your face and neck. If you simply tune in, you may be able to release some tension in the tongue and your eyes. With bigger muscles like the quadriceps, trapezius, and buttocks, it may take years of practice to learn how to relax them. 21. It helps you sleep deeper. Stimulation is good, but too much of it taxes the nervous system. Yoga can provide relief from the hustle and bustle of modern life. Restorative asana, yoga nidra, a form of guided relaxation, shavasana, pranayama, and meditation encourage pratyahara, a turning inward of the senses which provides downtime for the nervous system. Another byproduct of a regular yogic practice, studies suggest, is better sleep, which means you will be less tired and stressed and less likely to have accidents. 22nd, it boosts your immune system functionality. Asanas and pranayama probably improve immune function, but so far meditation has the strongest scientific support in this area. It appears to have a beneficial effect on the functioning of the immune system, boosting it when needed. For example, raising antibody levels in response to a vaccine and lowering it when needed. For instance, mitigating an inappropriately aggressive immune function in an autoimmune disease like psoriasis. 23rd, it gives your lungs room to breathe. Yogis tend to take fewer breaths of greater volume, which is both calming and more efficient. A 1998 study published in The Lancet taught a yogi technique known as complete breathing to people with lung problems due to congestive heart failure. After 1 month, their average respiratory rate decreased from 13.4 breaths per minute to 7. 24th, it gives you peace of mind. Yoga quells the fluctuations of the mind, according to Patanjali's Yoga Sutra. In other words, it slows down the mental loops of frustration, regret, anger, fear, and desire that can cause stress. And since stress is implicated in so many health problems, from migraines and insomnia to lupus, MS, eczema, high blood pressure, and heart attacks. If you learn to quiet your mind, you will be likely to live longer and healthier. 25th, it increases self-esteem. Many of us suffer from chronic low self-esteem. If you handle this negatively, take drugs, overeat, work too hard, sleep around, you may pay the price in poorer health physically, mentally, and spiritually. If you take a positive approach and practice yoga, You will sense, initially in brief glimpses and later in more sustained views, that you are worthwhile, or as yogic philosophy teaches, that you are a manifestation of the divine. If you practice regularly with an intention of self-examination and betterment, not just as a substitute for an aerobics class, you can access a different side of yourself. You'll experience feelings of gratitude, empathy and forgiveness, as well as a sense that you are part of something bigger. While better health is not the goal of spirituality, it's often a byproduct, as documented by repeated scientific studies. 26th, it eases your pain. Yoga can ease your pain. According to several studies, asana, meditation, or a combination of the two reduced pain in people with arthritis, back pain, fibromyalgia, carpal tunnel syndrome, and other chronic conditions. When you relieve your pain, your mood improves. You are more inclined to be active, and you don't need as much medication. 27th, it gives you inner strength. Yoga can help you make changes in your life. In fact, that might be its greatest strength. Tapas, the Sanskrit word for heat, is a fire, the discipline that fuels yoga practice and that regular practice builds. The tapas you develop can be extended to the rest of your life to overcome inertia and change dysfunctional habits. You may find that without making a particular effort to change things, you start to eat better, exercise more, or finally quit smoking after years of failed attempts. 28th, it connects you with guidance. Good yoga teachers can do wonders for your health. Exceptional ones do more than guide you through the postures. They can adjust your posture, gauge when you should go deeper in poses or back off, deliver hard truths with compassion, help you relax and enhance and personalize your practice. A respectful relationship with a teacher goes a long way toward promoting your health. 29. It helps keep you drug-free. If your medicine cabinet looks like a pharmacy, maybe it's time to try yoga. Studies of people with asthma, high blood pressure, type 2 diabetes, formerly called adult onset diabetes, and obsessive compulsive disorder have shown that yoga helped them lower their dosage of medications and sometimes get them off entirely. The benefits of taking fewer drugs: you'll spend less money and you are less likely to suffer side effects and risk dangerous drug interactions. 30. It builds awareness for transformation. Yoga and meditation build awareness, and the more aware you are, the easier it is to break free of destructive emotions like anger. Studies suggest that chronic anger and hostility are as strongly linked to heart attacks as are smoking, diabetes, and elevated cholesterol. Yoga appears to reduce anger by increasing feelings of compassion and interconnection and by calming the nervous system and the mind. It also increases your ability to step back from the drama of your own life, to remain steady in the face of bad news or unsettling events. You can still react quickly when you need to, and there is evidence that yoga speeds reaction time, but you can take that split second to choose a more thoughtful approach, reducing suffering for yourself and others. 31. It benefits your relationships. Love may not conquer all, but it certainly can aid in healing. Cultivating the emotional support of friends, family, and community has been demonstrated repeatedly to improve health and healing. A regular yoga practice helps develop friendliness, compassion, and greater equanimity. Along with yoga philosophy's emphasis on avoiding harm to others, telling the truth, and taking only what you need, this may improve many of your relationships. 32. It uses sounds to soothe your sinuses. The basics of yoga, asana, pranayama and meditation all work to improve your health, but there's more in yoga in the toolbox. Consider chanting. It tends to prolong exhalation, which shifts the balance toward the parasympathetic nervous system. When done in a group, chanting can be a particularly powerful physical and emotional experience. 33. It guides your body's healing in your mind's eye. If you contemplate an image in your mind's eye, as you do in yoga nidra and other practices, you can effect change in your body. Several studies have found that guided imagery reduced post-operative pain, decreased the frequency of headaches, and improved the quality of life for people with cancer and HIV. 34. It keeps allergies and viruses at bay. Kriyas or cleansing practices are another elements of yoga. They include everything from rapid breathing exercises to elaborate internal cleansings of the intestines. Jalaneti, which entails a gentle lavage of the nasal passages with salt water, removes pollen and viruses from the nose, keeps mucus from building up and helps drain the sinuses. 35. It helps you serve others. Karma yoga or service to others is integral to yogic philosophy. And while you may not be inclined to serve others, your health might improve if you do. A study at the University of Michigan found that older people who volunteered a little less than an hour per week were 3 times as likely to be alive 7 years later. Serving others can give meaning to your life, and your problems may not seem so daunting when you see what other people are dealing with. 36. It encourages self-care. In much of conventional medicine, most patients are passive recipients of care. In yoga, it's what you do for yourself that matters. Yoga gives you the tools to help you change, and you might start to feel better the first time you try practicing. You may also notice that the more you commit to practice, the more you benefit. This results in 3 things. You get involved in your own care, you discover that your involvement gives you the power to effect change, and seeing that you can effect change gives you hope. And hope itself can be healing. 37. It supports your connective tissue. As you read all the ways yoga improves your health, you probably noticed a lot of overlap. That's because they are intensely interwoven. Change your posture and you change the way you breathe. Change your breathing and you change your nervous system. This is one of the greatest lessons of yoga. Everything is connected. Your hip bone to your ankle bone, you to your community to the world. This interconnection is vital to understanding yoga. This holistic system simultaneously taps into many mechanisms that have additive and even multiplicative effects. This synergy may be the most important way of all that yoga heals. Guidelines for yogic practices. Before the practice, Sauka means cleanliness, an important prerequisite for yogic practice. It includes cleanliness of surroundings, body and mind. Yogic practice should be performed in a calm and quiet atmosphere with a relaxed body and mind. Yogic practice should be done on an empty stomach or light stomach. Consume small amount of honey in lukewarm water if you feel weak. Bladder and bowels should be empty before starting yogic practices. A mattress, yoga mat or folded blanket should be used for the practice. Light and comfortable cotton clothes are preferred to facilitate easy movement of the body. Yoga should not be performed in a state of exhaustion, illness, in a hurry or in acute stress conditions. In case of chronic disease or pain or cardiac problems, a physician or a yoga therapist should be consulted prior to performing yoga practices. Yoga experts should be consulted before doing yogic practices during pregnancy and menstruation. Now, during the practice sessions should start with a prayer or invocation, as it creates a conducive environment to relax the mind. Yogic practices should be performed slowly in a relaxed manner with awareness of the body and breath. Do not hold the breath unless it is specially mentioned to do so during the practice. Breathing should be always through the nostrils unless instructed otherwise. Do not hold body tightly or jerk the body at any point of time. Perform the practices according to your own capacity. It takes some time to get good results, so persistent and regular practice is very essential. There are contraindications or limitations for each yoga practice, and such contraindications should always be kept in mind. Yoga session should end with meditation, deep silence or Shantipada. After practice, bath may be taken only after 20 to 30 minutes of practice. Food may be consumed only after 20 to 30 minutes of practice. Can yoga cure diseases? Yoga cannot cure anything. The healing work is done by nature. Yoga exercises can only help to remove impurities and obstructions so that nature may be given a chance to accomplish her task successfully. The idea that physical ailments of men and women cannot be cured by physical exercises is very ancient in our country, and authorities of medicine in ancient India like Chakracharya and Sasruta prescribed particular exercises suitable for various disorders. Describing his treatment for diabetes, Charaka says that the disease is caused by want of exercise. According to him, it could be cured by prescribing to the patient physical exercises of various types suitable to his or her constitution, by rubbing their body with various substances prescribed in the texts, by massaging the limbs in a scientific manner, by plunge and shower baths, by sponging and spraying, by the application of paste, etc. Let us now summarize the important points. Yoga is a great dynamo of power that you have to tap to become a master of yourself and the world. In fact, you have a great power and energy within, provided you can exploit it and make your own to utilize it when required. Yoga is a complete art. It is a science that is capable of giving you physical and mental health. When you have a sound mind and healthy body, you are able to enjoy yourself fully. When you are the master of yourself, you don't have to divulge in any kind of vices. Practicing yoga has become very popular among the masses as a way of getting fitness, peace and happy living. Those who practice yoga will derive complete benefit from it. Thank you for watching the session on benefits of yoga. See you soon with a new topic. Till then, goodbye.
Welcome to a new session on Library and Information Science. Library as a system. A system is a set of interacting or interdependent components forming an integrated or or a set of elements, often called components, and relationships which are different from relationships of the set or its elements into other elements or sets. The concept of system was originated from systems theory. The systems theory was originated from physical science and slowly it gained significance in all fields of knowledge. The physical scientist referred any mechanical device as a system, and later it has been increasingly applied by sociologists, economists and management scientists. The general system theory provides a basic framework for modern organizational theory. Chester Bernard was the first management scientist who introduced this concept in the organizational theory. According to him, an organization could be viewed as a system because a big organization consists of various divisions which coordinate with each other to achieve overall goals and adjust to the economical, social and other environmental factors for its survival. Definitions. According to E.W. Martin, a system is an assemblage or combination of things or parts forming a complex whole. Types of systems. Ludwig von Bertalanffy, the father of general system theory, classified systems into two. They are open system and closed system. Open system. It is a system which interacts with the environment to adapt the changes. Closed systems. Closed systems have rigid boundaries which do not allow the system to interact with the outside environment. Elements of system. Input. Input is what data the system receives to produce a certain output. Output. What goes out from the system after being processed is known as output. Processing. The process involved to transform input into output is known as processing. Control. In order to get the desired results, it is essential to monitor and control the input, processing and the output of the system. Feedback. The output is checked with the desired standards of the output set and the necessary steps are taken for achieving the output as per the standards. This process is called as feedback. Boundaries. The boundaries are nothing but the limit of the system. Setting up boundaries helps for better concentration of the activities carried in the system. Environment. The things outside the boundary of the system are known as environment. Change in the environment affect the working of the system. Interfaces. The interconnections and the interaction between the subsystem is known as the interfaces. Example of a system. University is a good example of a system. Even though university itself is a system, it is also one of the subsystem of our education system. The main objective of a university is to provide high quality, comprehensive educational and training opportunities that are compatible to changing needs of the students. There are a number of subsystems for the university system. Some of the important subsystems of the university are administration, teaching departments, library, research and development, examination, recruitment, etc. Each of these subsystems has its own objective. For example, objective of the recruitment subsystem is to make available the qualified and competing personnel to the university. The objective of examination subsystem is to conduct university examination smoothly, declare result, issue mark list, etc. As and when any problem occur to the examination subsystem, it will naturally affect the objective of university system. Library as a system. Library can be identified as a complex system. various interrelated subsystems that constitute the library system. The subsystems of the library system are acquisition subsystem, serials control subsystem, circulation subsystem, technical subsystem, reference subsystem, maintenance subsystem, reprographic subsystem, and administration. These subsystems are not only interrelated but also they are interdependent. Because of this interdependence among them, a change in any one component may affect the functioning of the all system. The objective of the all library system is to provide right information to right users at right time in right possible way. Let us familiarize each of these subsystems. Acquisition section subsystem. Acquisition section in the library is a subsystem of library system. This section is responsible for the selection and purchase of materials or resources. The department may select vendors, negotiate consortium, pricing, arrange for standing orders, and select individual titles or resources. The acquisition work consists of the following steps: formulating a book selection policy, selecting the resource for the library, placing orders for the supply of selected items, receiving the resources, checking the physics of the items, accessioning them, and passing the bill for payment. There are 8 different types of acquisition methods that are followed by libraries. They are: first one, firm orders. These are orders that are determined by name specifically. Second one, standing orders. These are open orders for all titles that fit a particular category or subject. Third one, approval plans. These are normally similar to standing orders, except they cover quite a few topic areas and are sent from the vendor, and the library is only charged for the specific titles that they accept into their collection. Under these circumstances, the library is free to return anything they do not wish to and add to their collections. Fourth one, blanket orders. These are largely a combination of both a firm order and an approval plan. Fifth one, subscriptions. These are generally utilized for journals, newspapers, or other serials. Sixth one, leases. These are contracts that allow access to particular resources for a period of time. Leases are most commonly utilized with electronic resources such as databases, journals, and web-based materials. Seventh one, gifts. In some cases, library may allow gifts that people give to the library. It is the job of the acquisitions department to determine whether or not the gift will be kept and incorporated into the library's collection. Eighth one, exchanges. These can be broken into 2 subcategories: exchange of unwanted duplicate or gift materials and the exchange of new materials between libraries. Book selection methods varies according with the types of libraries. Book selection in public library is not same in special and academic libraries. The targeted users of the public library is heterogeneous group. So, the collection should be well balanced to cater the needs of all groups of users. In the case of academic library, whether it is college or university library, the targeted users are academic community. So, the collection should be concentrating the needs of the academic community. In the case of special libraries, the users are scientists, researchers, and specialists. So, the collection should be relevant to these groups. Technical section subsystem. Classification and cataloging are the main 2 routines carried out in technical section. Classification is assigning some code numbers for the content of a document. The logic behind the classification is to make documents having similar contents in one place. Classification is done on the basis of some standards and classification schemes. Some of them are DDC, Dewey Decimal Classification, CC, Column Classification, UDC, Universal Decimal Classification, Library of Congress Classification Scheme, Expansive Classification, etc. Among these, DDC is the popular classification system worldwide. In the case of international books, we need not to do classification work separately because it gives classification number in the title page of the book. Classification number of a specific document can be traced in the websites of OCLC and Library of Congress. OCLC is the present caretaker of DDC and the printing of hard copy of the scheme has been ceased with 23rd edition. Presently, it is available in online edition. Cataloging is the process of preparing library catalogs. Library catalog is the searching and locating tool. It contains bibliographic details of documents such as author, title, subject, publishers, accession number, etc. Cataloging is done on the basis of some standards. The prominent among them are CCC, Classified Cataloging Code, and AACR2, Anglo-American Cataloging Code 2. In the case of automated libraries, man-made catalog is not needed because it can be produced with the help of software and it can be printed. The conventional card catalogs have been changed with the advent of online public access catalog or PAC. Serial Control Subsystem or Periodical Section. This department is engaged with the periodicals. Periodical is a publication issued in successive parts at regular intervals. Periodicals are one of the prominent types of library collection. The work with the periodicals include subscribe periodicals, acquisition of current and back periodicals, receiving and recording periodicals, note the missing issues, sending reminder for non-received issues, renewal of periodicals, sending for binding, keeping bound volumes, keeping necessary records and statistics. Periodicals are selected by using periodical directories such as Ulrich International Periodical Directory, World List of Scientific Periodicals, etc., and bibliographies, reviews in journals, and catalogs of libraries. Periodicals can be acquired in any of the following methods: by subscription, by membership of societies, by gift, by donation, in exchange with home publication. Presently, there are e-journals and online journals. Various consortiums have collection of thousands of online journals are available today. Infinite Consortia of UGC is the best example for consortia. Circulation subsystem. Circulation section, especially circulation desk, is regarded as the busy section in the library. Majority of the users have to deal with staff of the circulation section. Therefore, the treatment of staff towards users have a great influence in making image of a library. A circulation section will carry out the following functions: vigilance at entrance and exit, registration of members, renewal and cancellation of membership, issue, return and renewal of documents, charging of overdues, issue reminder for overdue books, reservation of book, work relating to books lost or damaged, maintenance of records, maintenance of statistics. Issue and return or charging and discharging is the main function of the circulation section. There are various types of charging systems. They are register system, New York charging system, Brownie charging system and computerized charging system. Presently, some libraries have implemented RFID technology in the library and started self-service for issuing the books. Reference subsystem. Reference section in a library is the center of all activities. It is the place where the library staff and the users come into an intellectual contact. The kinds of reference services being performed would vary from library to library. The services being rendered would depend upon the following factors: local situation, local tradition, kinds of traditions, kinds of users, size of library, resources of the library. The reference services given by the library are provision of general information, provision of specific information, assistance in locating a document, assistance in using information resources. Reference service is the most intense kind of personal service which attempts bringing together the user and the document in a personal way. The nature of reference service varies from one type of library to another type of library. In the case of public libraries, it is expected to perform the functions of providing for recreation, information, inspiration and education. So the reference queries will be such types. The reference librarian should be capable to cater their needs. In the case of special libraries, it is focused for a specific discipline or a particular form of document. Here, reference librarian should also be an expert in that particular field. In the case of academic libraries, reference staff should be capable to give reference service to the academic community. Maintenance subsystem. Maintenance section is one of the important sections of library. This is also called stack room section. Here the books are arranged on shelves and maintained for use of readers. The jobs that are carried out in the section are arrangement of books on the shelves, maintenance of gates, rectification of books, stock verification, withdrawal, weeding, preservation, binding and repair, etc. The books are arranged in this section according to the class number of the document. Two types of methods are maintained in this section for keeping books. They are open access system and closed access system. In the open access system, the shelves are kept open for users. Here, user can come and collect books of their choice. According to the closed access system, the shelves are closed and users are not allowed to access the books as in the open access system. Relationship with other sections. This section is organically related with various other sections of the library. It receives books from the technical section. It also sends back books to processing section for reclassification if needed, label writing if labels are lost, etc. It is related with circulation section to which it sends and gets back the book. Reprographic subsystem. Reprography is the process of photocopying as well as duplicating documents whereby one or more copies of the same size or in reduced or enlarged form are produced. Reprography plays an important role in the field of dissemination and communication of information. In the age of information explosion, the demand for reprographic service increased considerably. Reprographic services are one of the important services of libraries and information centers. Administration section. The administrative section of the library is an important wing to assist the establishment activities of the library. It can be treated as the headquarters of all sections of library. All types of correspondence of library are done by this section. It keeps and maintains the records pertaining to various budgetary provisions of the library like salary, expenditure and other matters pertaining to physical stock and infrastructure of the library. Let us summarize this session. The above discussed sections of the library are not independent and separate sections. They all are dependent and interrelated. Each section has its own special objectives and the all library systems has its own broad objectives. If any hindrance occur in any of the section, it will automatically affect the all objective of library systems because library is the best example for system concept. Here are some assignments for you to work out. Try to understand the functioning of library system. What do you mean by education systems? What are the subsystems of education? Here are some books for your further reference. Library Administration and Management, written by Krishna Kumar in the year 1994, published by Vigas Publishing House Private Limited, New Delhi. Management of Library and Information Centers, written by P.S.G. Kumar in the year 2004, published by B.R. Publishing Corporations, New Delhi. Thank you for watching this session. See you next time. Until then, bye.
Welcome to Interface. Today we have an eminent personality from IIT Chennai, Professor T. Pradeep. He is a person who works in water purification area. He is researching mainly concerned with nanomaterials used for water purification. He has initiated certain industrial collaboration programs also in that area. So we will have some of his research experience. Okay, Professor Pradeep, what prompted you to do research in water treatment area?
Well, I have been a materials chemist for a very long time. Materials meaning these days it is mostly on nanomaterials. So for a long time we have been investigating properties of matter at that length scale. Then obviously the question was, what is it good for? At that point, around 2002, a problem of pesticides in drinking water came up. So we asked the question, what nanomaterials can do for pesticide removal from drinking water. So we found that endosulfan could be removed by nanoparticles at a very low concentration using nanoparticles. This subsequently became a technology, and we tested a large number of pesticides in drinking water at very low concentrations. Then this was adopted by an industry. It became a product. It was sold. We got, we've been getting royalties. So the question then was, is it only for pesticides? Obviously, we looked at a large number of other contaminants in water, diverse array of materials. This has then resulted in over a period of 10 years, it has resulted in a large research activity in the group.
It is heard that nanomaterials are very much useful in different areas.
Correct.
What is your opinion about it?
Well, nanomaterials and nanotechnology can find applications in almost each and every activity. Every activity of human life has some amount of nanotech in it. Clothing, detergents, drugs. Going from materials to drugs to memory to computers to whatever, the world is full of nano. But in a country like ours, when I was asking this question long ago, where will nanotech make a greater impact in our country? That, in my opinion, turned out to be water, and so I focused on that. And you would see exciting opportunities in sensors, exciting opportunities in agriculture, in healthcare, in consumer products, in food, in packaging, environment, air. So I would say that opportunities are plenty. Impact in water will be more, deeply felt than in other areas.
Okay, I understand that you have motivated some of your students to start some companies,
right,
in this.
Right.
What was the starting point then?
Well, as I said, I was working on the use of nanomaterials in the context of pesticides. That was my first technology, which was translated to industry. But then many other technologies came up. I realized that if we have to take any technology to the field, we must ourselves build the necessary interface. In a research laboratory, that is almost impossible because we make milligrams and grams of these materials. Testing them, their life cycle, productizing them, all this is beyond the scope of a laboratory. But at the same time, we have to take that push, otherwise nobody is going to take that forward. Industry, by and large, doesn't want to work on developing a technology further from the lab to the market. If a product is there, they are happy to take it forward. Now, I realize, therefore, that we have to build an interface. The best people to build that interface is our own students. And next door in the laboratory, we created a space wherein we could develop materials into products, test them over long hours, over very large volumes of water. Something like a typical laboratory, you will take a material in a column and pour a little bit of water, about 1 liter, and then ask what is the material removed, amount of contaminants removed, what is the absorption capacity, etc. But in industry, you want to run this for 10,000 liters. So we developed a setup to do this for thousands of liters over long days for various contaminants, looking at the after effects. So this was built by the students, and it was then, it was ready for field implementation. So who will implement? So therefore the students themselves implemented. And that was very well appreciated, so it was taken, people wanted it. then who will put it up as a plant? Our own people put it up. So that gradually industry evolved in the laboratory. And along with that, we developed also systems, meaning institutional mechanisms to license patents. Along with that, institution was also changing. In fact, I would say that this whole thing became possible because IIT Madras is one such open place where you can come with an idea and you can do what you like. Institution is there with solid backing. I would emphasize that if it is there in a university setup, there will be more such efforts. Incubation, industry is part of the Indian culture, but we have to create that necessary infrastructure.
Of course. Cost-wise, how far affordable it will be?
Our water, we said affordable clean water is the theme. And affordability, at some point in time, I defined it as 5 paisa per liter of clean water. So if this is anything that is below that cost, I would say it is affordable. We are at about 3 paisa per liter now.
Oh, you have achieved that.
Yes. So it's it is in the right track right now.
Now, can you suggest any method for desalination of seawater, which will be?
Well, nanomaterials based desalination is probably not the right thing because seawater concentration is 35,000 ppm, which means that every liter of water you have to remove 35 grams of materials. This is 35 grams of salt. This is not a very much a feasible thing, affordable thing with materials. Now, that is where
you can check whether it can be feasible or not.
I know. Yes. So, instead of materials based approaches, we could think in terms of new nanomaterials based approaches. One such approach is capacitive deionization. With a small potential applied on 2 electrodes, which are nanomaterials based electrodes, you can separate ions, positive and negative, across an electrode and then get free clean water from that. We are working on that. So, there are areas wherein nanomaterials per se may not be directly applicable, but nanomaterials with potential, with electricity, will be utilized. One such thing that I've been talking about is biology has to get into water in a big way. That is also nanotechnology. So assembling proteins, assembling molecules, so that water alone will transport through. New materials which are coming up, graphene and many others, have interesting opportunities. So desalination as a technology, nanomaterials have there is much more to do in that context.
Can you elaborate on biology?
Biology, aquaporins are channels which are protein channels which transport only water with very high efficiency, very less energy requirement. If it is possible to create aquaporin embedded membranes, then you are by biomimicry you could separate water from salt. This would involve not only biology but also biology materials interface. These proteins should function in a membrane. They should last sufficiently long time so that a product can be made. So there are engineering challenges, there are biological challenges, there are materials challenges. Of course, productization is also a greater challenge.
Can you suggest any such methods for the household purification?
Water, as you know, is a regional problem as much as a national problem. There are in regions where there is water contaminated with arsenic, where there are fluoride contaminations. Specific issues in the context of in Kerala itself. There is a lot of places where there is iron contamination. Rajasthan, somewhere else there is fluoride, somewhere else there is arsenic. So nanomaterials based solutions are very much feasible when it comes to such regions where water is otherwise very clean, but you have to just get rid of arsenic. Now, for a long time, affordable solutions have not been available. Arsenic is now 102 years old. It was first detected in Argentina about 102 years ago. But an affordable solution implementable in the field has not been there. It is affecting about 80 million people. Now, today it is possible to offer that solution. Today it is possible to offer a fluoride solution. Like that, there are solutions possible. Such things exist today. Our government has implemented a few of those. So this is great. Looking at tomorrow, water is not just one technology solution. Water requires many technologies. Because water problem is diverse, solutions are also diverse. I am not a person to say that, well, yesterday's technologies are obsolete, today bring in something new. There is a lot to learn from the past technology, bring them together, interface with them, come up with new solutions. As I said, arsenic solution has not been there because we didn't make new materials. So now we have it, combine that with many others so that the arsenic problem is a problem of the past. Likewise, we should implement new solutions. While that is happening, new solutions, completely new solutions also have to be looked at, like these aquaporins as we talked about. Now, water is, cleaning is one aspect. Water itself is scarce in this country. We need to harvest water. We need to conserve water. We need to develop new technologies which will utilize less water. We have to think of water recycling in a very different fashion. Can we think of homes with zero liquid discharge? Now, if you start thinking about it, we will be thinking about a new country. So, I would think that solutions for water should not be approached only from the perspective of these boxes that you will provide as solutions for water purification. Every other aspect has to be improved upon. So, around us, there is a big, another problem. We are water stressed, but all our crops consume a whole lot of water. All our cotton, it guzzles water. Our, let's say, sugarcane, it guzzles water. Now, we keep cultivating it. We keep utilizing water, transporting this water-rich crop or the produce somewhere else, what is called virtual water. We transport water in the form of products. We lose that water. We have to think about very new things. So, as I said, water cleaning is only one aspect of a very large problem.
As you said, recycling is a very important area. Because there are various different companies, different laboratories, different concerns, hospitals, households.
Correct.
Where water is used and contaminated in different ways. So, if you are able to get some affordable material with which it can be easily cleaned. Nowadays, there are concerns which use expensive recycling methods.
Right.
Instead of that, if you can develop, that is, you mean new research groups should come up, isn't it?
Correct, certainly. There are solutions now available. Some solutions are available, some have to come up. You see, we are talking about new chemicals which have not been there till about 20-25 years ago. Lots of new different detergents have come. All of these is ultimately ending up in our 10 cents of land. So we have to think about new ways of recycling, otherwise our water resources are going to be
new
contaminated.
materials which will be holding water the time
Yes.
of rain and
Correct.
and
Sure.
discharging whenever it is.
Certainly, and also that certainly in agriculture. See, this is one area, agriculture. How about new kinds of pesticide, new kinds of pesticides, new kinds of pesticide delivery mechanisms? We have to think about the fertilizers that we are putting into the soil. All of them are actually leaching out, ending up in groundwater. So there are multitude of issues. One other thing that I wanted to mention is that materials are also required for sensing. India is a country wherein new technologies are needed for purification, but what about sensing? If water contains some contaminant, there is no way today to know about it without expensive equipment. Is it possible for a home user to know the water quality at home? For that, something new has to come up. This is very much relevant for the farmer. Now we need to know how much of humidity is there in the soil, how to better irrigate the soil. So the space of water, as I mentioned, the material space is very vast. Much more work is certainly needed.
Thank you, Professor Pradeep, for the valuable information you have given.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Hello friends, this module on aesthetics is an introduction. After studying this module, you will get a general idea of aesthetics as the philosophy of art and its development through centuries. This module approaches the topic through an analysis of the aesthetic theory of major philosophers and movements in art. We can define aesthetics in two capacities. One as the study of beauty and the other as the philosophy of art. When we use the term beauty, other terms like ugliness also come into focus. In traditional philosophy, the concept of beauty was linked with the idea of morality, ethical living, religiosity, truthfulness, and so on. Traditional philosophers dealt with aesthetics as if they were dealing with ethics. Contemporary aestheticians conceive the term to be the study of the philosophy of art. It deals with the creation, appreciation, and interpretation of work of art and the theory behind them. Etymology of the term aesthetics is the ancient Greek word aesthetikos, meaning sensitive, perceptive. Historically, it was ancient Greek philosophers who raised the question, what makes something beautiful? Pythagoras, who was an Ionian Greek philosopher and is a familiar name to mathematicians, linked the idea of beautiful with musical rhythm. Pythagorean concept of beauty was based on mathematical principles. He stated that every object in the universe is arranged according to the laws of number, and even planetary movements follow a musical rhythm. This rhythmic music created by moving planets fills the universe. Early Greek poets such as Homer, Hesiod, and Pindar include in their works some comments on the craft of poetry. However, It is Plato who offers the first extended treatment of beauty and arts. Plato thinks of art as something which should be abolished from an ideal republic. He says in his book Ion, which is conceived as a dialogue between Socrates and Ion, that creators of art are possessed by divine madness. So they lack the clarity of thought which is essential for the ethical existence of human being. While defining creativity, he proposes the idea of forms. The world of Platonic forms is the pure, most beautiful realm where only idea exists. When the creator materializes a form, he makes it to second step down from the ideal truth. When an artist represents this created form, then he creates it in third step away from truth. He gives the analogy of a chair where there is the idea of the chair, then materialized by a carpenter, and a picture of a chair drawn by an artist. Aristotle does not go this far in placing the artist at the lowest level. He argues in his book Poetics that an artwork can bring about a purification of negative emotions in the viewer, a catharsis. Plato and Aristotle thought that art was mainly dealing with imitation of nature. Mimesis was the term used by them to explain the concept of imitation of reality. Actually, these philosophers were dealing not with pure artistic creation, but with ideas of creation. For Plato, the world we see around is second level imitation of an ideal Platonic realm where only pure forms exist. During the early centuries of Christian era, religious concepts dominated ideas of beauty. Plotinus and Saint Augustine spoke of an ideal otherworld where light predominates, and the forms of our world are just emanations. Artworks of Middle Ages lack the representative mass and volume of the ideal Greek and Roman art because the patrons about the idea of flesh. We see very flat iconic figuration which is ethereal and otherworldly during Christian era till the early Renaissance. The Gothic period also followed the same mode of iconic figuration, but the new architecture during the Gothic era allowed for vast areas of open window space. Artists were able to fill these areas with transparent glass paintings known as stained glass windows. The light passing through these windows created a heavenly glow, which was cleverly used by these artists to evoke a sublime feeling inside the spectator. But the sculptors of Gothic period mostly used images of hell and pain, also because sculpture has more material substance inside its form. During Renaissance, the idea of beauty was related again to the fleshy and muscular human form. Even though church was the main patron of art during Renaissance, growth of scientific thinking and patronage from a rich merchant class helped the upsurge of humanism. Travel widened the horizon of the world. The main thinkers of importance for the study of aesthetics during the era are Alberti and Leonardo da Vinci. It was during this time that natural forms were meticulously and analytically studied by artists. Law of linear perspective was developed by architects like Brunelleschi, and artists were able to project three-dimensional forms to a two-dimensional space. The transient quality of light was captured for the first time on a painted surface. It was in 18th century that aesthetics as a pure philosophical practice emerged. In 1717, there were some British writings on aesthetics, but it was the German philosopher Alexander Gottlieb Baumgarten who used the term aesthetics in its present meaning. A science of aesthetics would be for Baumgarten a deduction of the rules or principles of artistic or natural beauty from individual taste. Though he was the first philosopher to define aesthetics, it was Immanuel Kant who formalized and consolidated its foundation. Kant, in his authoritative book Critique of Judgment, dealt with the concept of taste. Taste is a very important term because how one appreciates and interprets a work of art is based on one's taste. Taste can be treated as an objective or a subjective principle. Kant was instrumental in unifying both these principles. This is a very difficult topic for a beginner, so we will leave it and take it up only later. Kant gave utmost importance to judgment and how taste functions in the appreciation of the beautiful. He elaborated on the term sublime more than on the term beauty. He theorized that a connoisseur should be detached from any sort of utilitarian function and his appreciation should be based on purposiveness without a purpose. His satisfaction then will be disinterested. Only this disinterested satisfaction can be termed as aesthetic experience. The next philosopher of major significance to the subject of aesthetics is Hegel. His lectures on aesthetics deal with the evolution of forms of art. He suggests a definitive progression of art from symbolic to classical to romantic level. He placed the art of ancient cultures like Egypt and India to the symbolic level, which is aesthetically placed by him to be at the lowest. The idealist art of classical Greek was considered to be at middle level. Romantic art of 18th century Europe was placed at the highest level. If we view this theory at a peripheral level, it may appear to be biased. But if one makes a study of the aesthetic propositions made by Hegel to arrive at such a theory, one can see that it is very profound. The symbolic level of art suggests something in relation to another. For example, a lion is treated as a symbol of power. So if a lion is painted by a painter as a symbol of power, the viewer will not be able to directly comprehend the real meaning intended by the author without a literal description. So a system should exist to explain the symbolic meaning of forms. In the classical level of art, forms are perfected and idealized by compositing parts taken from many imperfect forms. The resulting form appears materially perfect. The intent of the author is to focus more on material rather than the spiritual. In romantic level, it is the innermost substance which is given priority. If there is a progression in art, there is also a possibility of end of art, where an artwork achieves self-knowledge. Hegel's theory is very relevant to contemporary aesthetics. Contemporary American aesthetician Danto has based his most popular end of art theory on Hegel's philosophy. The era of Romanticism positioned human being in relation to nature. Coleridge and Wordsworth proposed in their Romantic Manifesto the idea of the noble beast. The cultured human, placing oneself in relation to nature, contemplating and experiencing the sublime, is the protagonist of Romantic philosophy. Sublime as an experience rather than the beautiful predominated aesthetics from Kantian period. It is this philosophical perception materialized which we see in paintings of Caspar David Friedrich and other romantics. It is also a fact that religious imagery was transformed into idols of natural forms by the romantics. That is why some philosophers dub romanticism as Tajan. Reality poses itself differently in modern era. Realism saw the human being as somebody who exercises his body to tackle daily existential cause with dignity. A human thinks and labors not only for himself but for the well-being of others too. The artists Courbet and Millet and writers like Émile Zola envisioned new contemporary themes adapted from the immediate surroundings. Immediacy, sensation and impression were more important to the realist than the distant ideal and the utopian. Sensory stimuli and social existence became important factors to art after the realist era. Impressionism dealt with the immediate and the sensory. Impressionism was a movement in art with a radical outlook. It approached the outside world not as a materialization of ideal forms, but as an amalgam of sensory stimuli. Thus the reality of form for an impressionist became just a grouping of its properties. To clarify this idea, let us look at the example of a tree standing against a sky. For an impressionist, it is not a tree standing against a sky. It is a color patch placed against another color patch. They paint only what they see and not what they think. Properties of an object, especially the visual ones, change through the course of time. Impressionists were thus able to paint the reality of a simple form in 100 different ways. But the coherence of form was lost in their paintings because the impressionist was concentrating more on transient properties. The form lost in impressionist movement was recaptured in post-impressionism. Painters like Cezanne divided form to its primary components, the sphere, cone and the cylinder. Painters like Van Gogh and Gauguin used heavy outlines to separate objective form from a jumble of color. The post-impressionist experiments later led to the development of cubism, which changed the aesthetics of human-made designs and constructions. Existentialism as a philosophical movement made its appearance also during this era. The religious existentialist thought of Kierkegaard and the profane outburst of Nietzsche were products of the beginning of industrial era. This marked the alienation of man from his own natural landscape and inner self. Industrialization also brought about a change from the feudal system of agrarian living and thought. This deeply felt change resulted in the suppression and the awareness of being suppressed. Thus, we see revolutions and upsurges which were different in character from the religious battles of previous periods. Expressionism was a natural outcome of the suppressed individual and society. A major author of the aesthetics of expressionism is Leo Tolstoy, and the 20th century painters of the expressionist movement sublimated social and subjective angst and existential boredom through their works of art. A few painters tried to fill the existentialist vacuum by theorizing spirituality. Their Kierkegaardian experiments resulted in the abstraction of forms. It is not coincidental that the painter Vasily Kandinsky, who authored a book on aesthetics concerning the spiritual in art, painted the first abstract painting. Kandinsky and his fellow painters named the group the Blue Rider, influenced by the Kierkegaardian concept of knights. Another group of expressionists who opposed extreme subjectivity named their group as the New Objectivity. Theoretically, they were placing themselves beyond the level of individual emotions. Surrealism emerged as a movement after this period. It analyzes the problem of individual subject at the subconscious level. Freud, who changed the course of psychology, also changed the course of art criticism. The thought process behind surrealism was based on the theories of Freud. He proposed uninhibited psychic automatism, which resulted in paintings, sculptures and films which became extremely popular. It was influential in modifying the taste of common man than any other movement in the history of modern art. It was First World War which caused the formulation of Dadaism and its natural predecessor Surrealism. It was Second World War which created the circumstances for the emergence of American art as a major force. Abstract Expressionism, a major art movement of 1950s, based its aesthetic theories on the ideas of Jung. They extended the automatism proposed and practiced by Surrealists to objective level. The subjective automatic visions of Max Ernst and the objective automatic actions of Pollock can be compared to understand the progression from subjective to objective. The calligraphic nature of American art of this era was not accidental. Abstract Expressionism aesthetically adapted ideas from classical Chinese and Japanese art. Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko, another major American painter, have written on their experiments with Eastern thought. Jung has also studied Eastern thought to arrive at his theories of collective unconsciousness and archetype. Another significant thought movement which had great impact on 20th century aesthetics is critical theory. Critical theories were mostly from Frankfurt School. Though Frankfurt School started at the time of Surrealism, that is in 1921, its major impact came later after the Second World War. Major thinkers like Adorno and Walter Benjamin wrote on the impact of mass production of cultural objects and their influence in manipulating the social psyche. Frankfurt School questioned the concept of the original and the copy. Walter Benjamin's famous essay, Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction, dealt with the mass production of art. In an era where culture is commercialized and packaged, a popular low-level artwork can place itself on a high pedestal and upgrade itself to the level of high art. Pop art emerged as a movement in Europe and America in 1960 likewise. Andy Warhol, a major painter of pop art movement, actually packaged the ideas of Frankfurt School to create artworks like the Marilyn Monroe portrait. He mass-produced artworks in his studio by silkscreen printing. His studio was ironically named the Factory. The theory of Derrida and Lacan went into human mind at a deeper level than that of Freudian subconscious or Jungian archetype. The level at which language is formed was analyzed by these theories. Structuralism gave more importance to form and language than content. Post-structuralism placed the artwork above the author. Then it is imperative that the creation is more important than the creator, and that the created has its own existence independent from the creator. Artwork is open totally to the interpretation of the viewer. This allowed the possibility of imparting new meaning to all works. The focus on language itself as form and content resulted in many linguistic and stylistic experiments in the world of art. Postmodernism, performance, process, installation art, etc. can be seen as linguistic experiments and thus ideological inheritors of post-structuralism. Contemporary aesthetics proposes theories of feminism, neo-expressionism, transhumanism, technology art, and more. Mostly they deal with the marginalized classes of society and subaltern environment. The above brief introduction of aesthetics as philosophy of art and history of beauty dealt only with the Western tradition. Other cultures through centuries have devised their own systems of beauty. For example, African art and thought have greatly changed the course of Western aesthetics. The age of colonialism brought cultural objects en masse from Africa and the Orient to Europe. Picasso has adapted Cubist planar surface placement from Iberian sculptures and African masks. He extended on the structural experiments of Cezanne, whose experiments were influenced by Orientalism. Indian aesthetics is another vast topic which we will deal as a separate subject as part of our curriculum. There is also a need to understand some terms related to the study of aesthetics before we conclude this class. Aesthetic experience, aesthetic value, aesthetic attitude are the most important among them. Aesthetic attitude is the ideological position taken by a viewer or reader or author while judging an artwork. Even when one thinks that one is neutral in judgment, it is not so. Every individual or social judgment is governed by certain attitudes, conditioned by social and subjective history. Certain artworks are judged as decadent or extremely valuable at certain points of time. The reason for this is the aesthetic value created by many social forces. Thus, we may see a highly appreciated artwork hung on the saloon wall of 19th century is not regarded as a great work of art anymore. But a rejected piece of art by an avant-garde artist may be highly valued now. Thus the value judgment changes through time. Aesthetic experience is the result of interaction with a viewer and an artwork through this social apparatus. An aesthetic experience is thus not passive. It is an active process decided by circumstances of the individual and his capacity for value judgment. Our introductory class on aesthetics is coming to its conclusion now. The ideas expressed here are approaches taken by great thinkers and masters of art who were able to change the history of human thought.
Hello and welcome to the session on language laboratory. The skill of good communication is vital for attaining success in the modern world. Communication implies the exchange of meaningful message. It involves the carrying or receiving of message. In order to be able to communicate in a smooth manner, an individual must be able to listen carefully, comprehend the meaning of what is being said and reply with appropriate words in a clear manner. Language is one of the most vital mediums of communication. In this age of globalization, we all live in a multilingual and multicultural world. The professional world demands job seekers to have a complete command over various languages. They are required to grasp subtle, emotional and cultural nuances and react in a suitable manner. This makes it essential to attain the skills of communicating in various languages, that includes foreign languages as well. A good command over a language is necessary for effective communication in that language. With the development of science and technology, various technological aids for language learning have been developed. A language laboratory or language lab is one such technical innovation that plays a vital role in the language learning process. In this unit, we will know more about a language laboratory. We will discuss the various features and the working of a language laboratory. We will also explore the various kinds of language laboratories as well as the advantages and limitations of this language teaching aid. What is a language laboratory? A language laboratory is an educational tool that facilitates the learning of languages. It is a place where a student can practice with the language that is taught in the classroom. Learning a language involves the four skills of reading, writing, listening and speaking. A language laboratory is a technological aid for learning that helps students to achieve this aim in an effective manner. It can be said that the invention of language laboratory is a significant development in the domain of communication. Such a laboratory is equipped with various advanced facilities and technical components that assist in learning to speak a language fluently. The language laboratory creates an easy atmosphere where students can learn and improve their skills and command over a language. The use of various digital, multimedia and interactive devices in the laboratory makes the learning process much easier for the students. It helps the students to correct the errors of sound and structure and to develop fluency in the language he is trying to master. A language laboratory has number of objectives. The language laboratory is a teaching aid that facilitates the learner to master a language. The main objectives of the language laboratory are to teach the student how to communicate with the native speaker of the language in an effective manner, to equip the student with the skills necessary to understand, speak, read and write a foreign language with speed and ease, to enable the student to have command over the language through correct pronunciation, intonation, fluency and accent that is as good as the native speaker of the language, to provide an environment where students can imitate and practice their skills in a language at their own pace and without any disturbance. What is the significance of language laboratory? Language laboratory is of vital significance in the context of communication. It assists the learner to use technology efficiently to communicate in an effective manner. It is a teaching aid that can be utilized for learning a number of languages effectively. A language can be mastered only after developing the sensibility for the sounds and rhythm of that language. A language laboratory helps students to achieve this purpose. It equips a student with the devices that can be used to listen to the best samples of a spoken language. Students can practice and imitate the intonations to have a complete grasp over the language. The significance and relevance of the language laboratory can be stated as below. It is a modern and competent tool designed for teaching any language. It assists in learning and mastering every aspect of phonetics of a language with clarity and accuracy. It is an effective communicative training program that is not confined for the use of students in schools and colleges alone. The language laboratories can be used by the general public, people working in the private and corporate sector, or anybody who wants to learn a new language fluently. The language laboratory can be used by experts to create, edit and generate scientific and technical materials for teaching language. It utilizes computerized, multimedia and interactive devices that generate interest among the learners to learn the lessons. It is an effective mode to learn a language through distance education. You have already understood the meaning and concept of language lab. Now let us discuss the working of a language laboratory. The concept of language laboratory is new in India. Here laboratories have always been associated with practical classes of science subjects. Hence the use of a laboratory to learn a language seems to be a strange idea at the first instance for many people. However, it is a well-designed technical aid that helps in the teaching of a language in an easy and effective manner. It produces a carefully compiled pattern of drills that relieves a teacher from the endless repetition of patterns. However, it allows a student to practice the skills of learning a language till he achieves complete control over it. What are the equipments used in a language laboratory? A language laboratory consists of three sections: hearing booth, console or advisor's booth and control room. Hearing booth. A language laboratory consists of separate hearing booths for each student in the class. Generally, a language laboratory has 16 or 20 hearing booths. Every hearing booth is equipped with a table and a chair that can be used by the student to sit and work. Each booth also consists of a telephone that is connected to the advisor's booth, microphones, earphones, tape recording and playing equipment and switches for the purpose of choosing the tape from the control room, for playing and listening to it, for recording the student's own voice, for stopping, rewinding and replaying the tape. The booths are partitioned by walls of 4 feet height. This helps each student to concentrate on his own work without disturbing the others. The student can press the key to indicate the lesson he requires or wants to learn. The student can communicate with and seek the assistance of the advisor if required. The console or advisor's booth is another section. The console or the advisor's booth is the place from where the teacher controls the classroom. The console is equipped with one or more tabs along with the master tabs. The console also consists of special equipment that helps to monitor the students, compare their performance with the master tab, and make attempts to improve their performance till a satisfactory level is reached. The console permits two-way communication between the advisor and any particular student. The console also has a number of switches. These switches are distribution switches. Such switches are used to direct the recorded program or master tapes to the students sitting in the different hearing booths. Monitoring switches allow the teacher to listen to any student as he or she works with the tab. This switch enables the teacher to rectify linguistic errors and errors in procedure. It also enables a teacher to evaluate and grade the students. Intercom switches. These switches facilitate two-way conversation between the teacher and an individual student. Group call switch. This switch enables the teacher to make announcement to all the students who are listening to a particular tape from the console source. The teacher does not have to make individual announcement to each student under such a circumstance. All call switch. This is the switch that allows the teacher to make announcements to all students inside the laboratory regardless of what they are doing at the moment. Control room is the third important section of a language laboratory. The control room is the place where all the tapes, records and other equipments used in the laboratory is stored. Items like tapes and records are properly indexed before storing them in the control room. This is done so that such items can be readily made available to the students when they request for any particular item. Would you like to know the procedure followed in a language laboratory? The following procedure is generally followed in a language laboratory. First of all, the teacher plays a master tape. The sounds from this tape is picked up and recorded on the separate tape recorders that are placed in each hearing booth. After the master tape finishes playing, each student listens to his or her copy of the tape. He or she also makes oral responses to the tape at specified stages. The responses made by each student are recorded by the recording equipment that is kept in every student's booth. A student can listen to his copy of the tape for as many times as he or she wants. A student can listen not only to the copy of the master tape recorded in his booth but also to his or her own responses. Such equipment and facility allows the student to determine whether he or she has performed accurately or not. The student can repeat the performance until he or she decides that a satisfactory level has been achieved. What are the different types of language laboratory? Language laboratories can be of various kinds. The complexity of the language laboratory depends on the equipment used in it. Some laboratories are equipped with simple tape or CD recorders, while others are equipped with elaborate technical aids for teaching a language. A few common types of language laboratories are described below. Conventional language laboratory is one of the original and primitive form of the language laboratory. This conventional laboratory is equipped with a tape recorder and some audio cassettes with the target language recorded on the cassettes. The tape is played by the teacher for the benefit of the students. The students listen carefully to the tapes and learn the pronunciation of the language. This is a simple variant of the language laboratory and can be set up in a normal classroom. One disadvantage associated with this laboratory is that it is prone to distractions. This kind of language laboratory is rarely used these days. Lingua phone laboratory is another kind of conventional language laboratory but more modernized than the previous one described above. In this laboratory, learners are provided with a headset to listen to the audio cassettes being played by the teacher. This reduces the distractions and provides more clarity in listening. In the modern lingophone laboratories, a particular electronic device is used. This device works as a cassette player, a repeater of tapes and a recorder of voice, all rolled into one device. It also facilitates playing the recorded voice of the student for comparison. Computer Assisted Language Laboratory, or CALL, is another kind of language laboratories which uses a computer to teach a language. The course materials of the language are fed into the computer, which are then displayed as per the available features of the system. These days, language laboratories with computers connected to the internet are becoming common. Such laboratories are known as Web Assisted Language Laboratories, or WALL. Multimedia High-Tech Language Laboratory. Such language laboratories use computers and special software meant for teaching languages in a technical manner. There are several kinds of language teaching software in the market that can be used in such a multimedia language laboratory. What are the chief characteristics of a language laboratory? There are a few characteristics that are common to all kinds of language laboratories. The chief characteristics of a language laboratory can be specified as follows. Retracing. Imitation and practice are two essential requirements of learning a language effectively. In intense drill practice, a student must be able to stop the tape, listen to the sounds and practice them by imitation for as many times and as often as desired. The language laboratory provides the freedom to the student to determine the level of accuracy of his performance. If a student is not satisfied with his own performance, he has the facility to repeat the steps of his performance till he is satisfied with the results. This process is called retracing. Retracing is not possible in programmed instruction, as a student is unable to advance till he has mastered the previous frame. However, in language laboratory, such restrictions do not exist, as the next step is available to the student irrespective of his success or failure in the previous frame. Self-pacing. A language laboratory allows every student to work at their own paces. A student is allowed to choose any one of the tabs available at the control place. The student can take the tab to his booth and play it for the purpose of hearing and practicing. He does not have to be concerned with what the other students are doing or how far they have progressed in their process of learning. Thus, it allows the freedom to each and every student to proceed at a comfortable speed that suits him completely. This means a fast learner would require doing less retracing, while a slow learner would be required to do much retracing. Material selection. In a basic language laboratory, a student is not allowed to select the tabs. It is the teacher or the instructor who decides the entire program, and the students are not allowed to give their opinions. However, in the other developed versions of language laboratories, the students are allowed to select and use the tabs individually. A student may select any of the tabs from the control area. Such freedom of material selection allows the student the facilities of self-pacing and self-correction by retracing. This form of operation provides a student maximum individualism. The only negative aspect of this feature is that it is a costly aspect of the language laboratory. It requires individual tape or CD recorders for each student and a huge stock of pre-recorded tabs for playing and hearing to be done by the students. Now, let us move to discuss the advantages of a language laboratory. There are several advantages of a language laboratory. Some of the advantages are stated below. It provides the student an opportunity to listen to the authentic native speakers of the language and not depend upon the not so perfect language skills of teacher or instructor. A student learns to recognize and distinguish the finer nuances of the language. the speech delivery and the pronunciation of words by the student are improved. It is an uninterrupted system where students do not have to sit idle while the teacher is busy instructing another student or correcting someone else's mistake. In this system, a student receives individual attention and immediate correction. It encourages a student to become an active learner. A student can learn at his own pace without having to worry about the progress of the other students of the class. A student has the opportunity to practice repeatedly and correct his own mistakes. It allows a teacher to rectify the mistake of one student or provide individual instruction without disturbing the other students. It offers a variety of experiences for the students. The teacher does not have to repeat the same thing over and over again. Every student can ask questions and clear his doubts without any shyness or without having to disturb other students of the class. Students are provided with guided practice to make it easier for them to learn quickly. It allows the teacher the facility to monitor, rectify and evaluate the individual performances of the students without wasting a huge amount of time for all these activities. It helps to increase considerably the active speaking time of the student. The language laboratories are not completely free from disadvantages or limitations. Some of the main limitations of a language laboratory are as follows. A language laboratory can be utilized to learn reading and writing in a language. It only facilitates the learning of how to speak a language. The number of students who can learn at a time inside the laboratory is limited. Just 16 to 20 students can learn at a time. This can be a cause for concern in classes where there is large number of students. The lessons may become monotonous for the students. The process is time consuming as repeated retracing slows down the speed of learning. There is a lack of well-trained teachers who can handle the complete procedure involved in a language laboratory. The lesson may require occasional revision to overcome the learning difficulties faced by the students. The equipment used in a language laboratory is costly and may not be feasible for every teaching institution to utilize such equipment. What will be the role of the teacher in the language laboratory? Language laboratories follow the communicative model of teaching. The laboratories focus on a student-centric learning process. However, the teacher has a significant role to play in the language laboratory. A teacher acts as the facilitator of learning. The teacher has to be creative and innovative in order to engage and encourage the students to learn in an active manner. The teacher may design activities and practice the learning of the language through interactive sessions. The teacher can stimulate real life situations inside the language laboratory and use all kinds of teaching materials to help the students to grasp and learn the language. Though the stress is on listening and speaking a language, through the use of a language laboratory, the teacher can help the students to develop interest in reading and writing in the language as well. Let us summarize what we have discussed so far. The language laboratory is an important development in the domain of communication. It helps a learner to practice and assess his speech in any language. It is an important technical aid of teaching that allows a student to listen carefully to the native pronunciation and imitate the same till a satisfactory level of performance is achieved. Students have the facility to record their own performance and compare it with the model tape made available to them. They can learn at their own pace and rectify their mistakes. The language laboratory does not require the presence of a teacher at all times. However, the teacher has the facility to instruct the students individually or collectively as and when required. The language laboratory provides privacy for the students to learn without disturbance. Now you can try to answer the questions given here. What is the significance and relevance of a language laboratory? What are the equipments used in a language laboratory? What are the common types of language laboratories? What are the chief characteristics of a language laboratory? What are the limitations of a language laboratory? Hope that you may go through the reference books for further reading. Essentials of Educational Technology, written by Agrawal JC and published by Vikas Publishing House Private Limited, New Delhi in the year 2009. Introduction to Education Technology, written by Sambat K and published by Sterling Publishers Private Limited, New Delhi in the year 2001. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic. Till then, take care.
For centuries, Kerala has been home to a rich variety of vocal and instrumental music traditions. A lush and varied environment, a wide range of performance traditions, and the diverse cultural legacies of the region have all contributed to and enriched this deeply resonant musical culture. Temples and kavas have played a historic and prominent role in the development of Kerala culture, in which music, dance, and performance of various kinds have always been a vital part of the daily, seasonal, and annual rituals and festivals. The most remarkable feature of the musical culture of Kerala is the prominence attributed in it to percussion music, especially ensemble percussion music. Indeed, it would be almost impossible to imagine a Kerala festival, whether religious or secular, without a percussion ensemble that brings together a variety of instruments, merging into one seamless whole, to create the most sublime and resounding of rhythmic flows and crescendos. Panchavadyam, Panchari Melam, Pandi Melam, Madala Keli, Tayambaka. The list goes on. Featured in these rhythmic ensembles are a variety of percussion instruments such as the chenda, the madalam, the idakya, the mirava, the timila, the chengala, the ilathalam, and so on. While each of these percussion instruments are significant and different in their own ways, perhaps the most vital among them is the madalam. The madalam is traditionally considered to be a devavadya, or a divine instrument. It is also a mangalavadya, an auspicious instrument, featuring prominently in the daily ritualistic and festive music played in temples, a necessary and significant presence in temple performance forms. The madalam is of three types: the Veera madalam, the Toppi madalam, and the Shuddha madalam. The Veera madalam is not in use anymore, whereas the Toppi madalam is an essential component for the performance of the devotional dance drama Krishna Natam. The Shuddha madalam is the most popular type and is played in the percussion ensembles Panchavadyam, Keli, and Kathakali performances.
മദ്ദളത്തിനെ പറ്റി പറയുമ്പം മറ്റുള്ള തോൽവാദ്യങ്ങളിൽ വെച്ചിട്ട് ഒരു പ്രത്യേകത ചിലതൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട്. അത് പറയാണ്ടിരുന്നാൽ ശരിയാവില്ല. ഒന്ന്, നീളമുള്ള ശബ്ദം ഉള്ള ഒരേ ഒരു വാദ്യമേ ഉള്ളൂ, അത് മദ്ദള. കാരണം കാണിച്ചു തരാം. ഇപ്പം മറ്റേത് വാദ്യത്തിലായാലും ഇതാ ആ കുട്ടുന്നതിൻ്റെ ആ ശക്തി അനുസരിച്ച് അത് അതിൻ്റെ ആ ശബ്ദത്തിന് ഇങ്ങനെ നീളം കൂടും, ആ ഘനം അനുസരിച്ച്. ഇതേ ഇത്രയും പോയി. ഇനി വക്കത്തന്നാം, പ്രണവം, വലന്തല കൊട്ടിയാൽ പ്രണവം എന്നാ പറയാ. ഓങ്കാര ശബ്ദം, ഓങ്കാരം, ഓം എന്ന് പറ, അതേ ഛായ. അത് മദ്ദളത്തിന് മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. പിന്നെ രണ്ടാമത്, എല്ലാ വാദ്യങ്ങളെ പോലെയല്ല, ഇത് ഇടത്തെ കൈ കൊണ്ട് കൂട്ടുന്നത് വലന്തലയും വലത്തെ കൈ കൊണ്ട് കൂട്ടുന്നത് ഇടന്തലയും, അങ്ങനെയാ പറയാ. കാരണം നേരെ എതിരായിട്ടാ പറയാ. ഇതിപ്പം വലത്തെ കൈ കൊണ്ട് ഇതാ, ഇത് ഇടന്തല എന്നാ ഇതിന് പറയാ. ഇത് ഇടത്തെ കൈ കൊണ്ട് കൂട്ടുന്നതാണ് ഇത് വലന്തല. ഇത് വലത്തെ കൈ കൊണ്ട് കൂട്ടുന്നത്, ഇത് ഇടന്തല. നേരെ താതിരിച്ചാ പറയാ. പിന്നെ ഇടന്തലയിൽ അധികം ശബ്ദങ്ങളൊന്നുമില്ല, ഒറ്റ ശബ്ദമേ ഉള്ളൂ. വായത്താരിക്ക് വ്യത്യാസം ഉണ്ടാവും, ണാന്നും താന്നും രീന്നും, അതും അവസരോഹിതം ആ അക്ഷരം മാറ്റി പറയാമെന്ന് മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. മദ്ദളത്തിൻ്റെ ജീവൻ മുഴുവൻ വലന്തലയിലാണ്. അത് ദേ
ധീം വന്നു. തീ, കി ഇതൊക്കെ ഇതാണ്. ഇനി താം, നാം ഒക്കെ ഇവിടെയാ. ഇത് വലന്തല എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് സാക്ഷാൽ ദേവിയുടെ ഭാഗമാണ്, അത് അമ്മയുടെ ഭാഗമാണ്. ഇടന്തല മഹാദേവന്റെ ശിവന്റെ ഭാഗമാണെന്നാ പറയാ. അപ്പൊ ആ വ്യത്യാസം ഇതിന് കാണാം. അമ്മയുടെ ഭാഗം വലന്തല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അത് മൃദുലാണ്, ഈ ജീവൻ അതിന്റെ എല്ലാ ഇതും മർമ്മങ്ങളും മുഴുവൻ അവിടെയാ. മറ്റത് മഹാദേവന്റെ കഠോരായിട്ടുള്ള തന്നെയാ. അങ്ങനെ ഇത് തന്നെയാ, ഒറ്റ ശബ്ദമേ ഉള്ളൂ. അത് ചെവി പൊളിയും ചെയ്യും. ആ ചിറ്റിട്ട് കുട്ടിയാൽ ഇപ്പം കുട്ടി അങ്ങനെ കേൾക്കില്ല. മറ്റേ അങ്ങനെയല്ല, അങ്ങനെ വായിക്കുകയാണ് എന്നുവെച്ചാലും ആ അതിന്റെ ആ സുഖം അധികം ഇതിനേക്കാളും. ഇതേ
As the notes and tonal variations of the Madalam are complex and subtle, so too is the very process of making the Madalam itself. It's not an easy task. It demands precision, exactitude, and hard work on the part of the skilled craftsman in order to obtain the desired result. There are several parts to a Madalam. A cylindrical drum made out of jackwood called a kutti forms the basic body. The key parts of the Madalam are the vattams, or the two rings on the drum face. The vattam contains the kuttu vattam or ulvattam, which is the inner ring on which the drummer's hand falls, and the puravattam, the outer ring. Outside the puravattam is the mudra, where leather threads are woven in order to hold the whole vattam in place. The number of leather pieces in the puravattam changes depending on the size of the kutti. Normally, the puravattam of the edandala has 2 leather pieces and the puravattam of the valandala has 5. The first step in the making of the Madalam is to give the kutti its basic shape. Then, the leather pieces for the puravattam are placed in position. After this, both vattams are joined using vars in a zigzag manner. After joining the vattam, a mixture of boiled rice and charcoal is applied on the left hand side, after which the craftsman carefully corrects the Madalam stone. While the curing and the seasoning of the leather and the wood takes about 1.5 months, the actual work on the Madalam takes not less than 12 days. A new Madalam costs 11,000 rupees. One has to undergo years of strenuous training to become a proficient Madalam player. The training starts from the basics of creating tone and rhythm. And for this, a unique instrument called Padapalaga or Shravana Palaga, made out of jackwood, is used.
ഒരു കുട്ടി മദ്ദളം പഠിക്കാൻ വരുമ്പം ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ടത് ആരുടെയാണോ പഠിക്കാൻ പോകണമെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ആ ഗുരുനാഥൻ എത്രത്തോളം പ്രാപ്തനാണ്, പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ പ്രാപ്തനാണോ, എനിക്ക് ആവശ്യമുള്ളത് തരാൻ പഠിപ്പിക്കാനുള്ള പ്രാപ്തനാണോ എന്ന് അറിയണം. അതിനുശേഷം അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഗുരുനാഥനെ നല്ലൊരു ഗുരുനാഥനെ കണ്ടെത്തുക. കണ്ടെത്തിയതിന് ശേഷം പിന്നെ ദക്ഷിണ വെച്ച് തുടങ്ങുക.
The student starts his training with the Ganapati Kai, the first rhythmic exercise.
5 പാടക്കൈകളാണ് ഉള്ളത്. ഒന്ന് താ, തീ, തോം, നാം. ഇതാണ് ആദ്യത്തെ പാടക്കൈ. മൃദംഗത്തിനും ഇത് തന്നെയാണ്. പിന്നെ ഈ ശബ്ദം ഈ താ, തീ, തോം, നാം എന്താ അങ്ങനെ വന്നതെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ അതിനും പുരാണത്തിൽ പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. എന്താണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ മഹാദേവന്റെ ആ നൃത്ത സമയത്ത് അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ കാലിലെ ചേലമ്പ് ഊരി മേലോട്ട് തെറിച്ചു. തെറിച്ചപ്പോൾ അത് താഴേക്ക് വീണാൽ അത് താങ്ങാനുള്ള ശക്തി ഭൂമിക്കില്ല. അത് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് മനസ്സിലായതുകൊണ്ട് അദ്ദേഹം എന്ത് ചെയ്തു വെച്ചാൽ ആ ചേലമ്പ് സ്വന്തം തലയിലും തോളിലും കാലിൻ്റെ മുട്ടിലും പിന്നെ നിലത്തും അങ്ങനെ ശക്തി കുറച്ച് താഴത്തേക്ക് വീഴ്ത്തി. ആ വീഴുന്ന അപ്പോൾ ഉണ്ടായ ശബ്ദമാണത്രേ ഈ ത തി തോം നാം. ഇതാണത്രേ ആദ്യത്തെ ശബ്ദം, താളശബ്ദം. പിന്നെ രണ്ടാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈ ത ത തി തി തോം തോം നാം നാം. ഇതാണ്. ഇത് ഒരു ഭാഗത്ത് തന്നെ 2 കൈ വീതം കൊട്ടി ശീലിക്കുക. ഇപ്പോൾ തരി എന്ന് പറയുമ്പം തത എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ഭാഗത്തിന് 2 കൈ വീഴും. അങ്ങനെ കൊട്ടി ശീലിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് രണ്ടാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈ സാധകം ചെയ്ത് കയ്യിൽ വരുത്തേണ്ടത്. അതാണ് ത ത തി തി തോം തോം നാം നാം. പിന്നെ മൂന്നാമത്തെ പടക്കയ്യ. അതെന്തിനാ വെച്ചാൽ 2 കൈയും ഒപ്പം കുട്ടി ശീലിക്കണം, ഒരേ നിമിഷത്തിൽ വീഴണം. അതായത് ഇപ്പം കുട്ടി വെച്ചാൽ ഇതിപ്പം ധീം 2 കൈ ഒപ്പാവുന്ന ഒറ്റ ശബ്ദമാവണം. നേരെ കുറച്ച് നേയാൽ പടാന്നായാൽ പോവും, സംഗതി മാറും. ധീ എന്നുള്ള ബ്രഹ്മാവും. അതിന് 2 കൈയും ഒപ്പം വീഴ്ത്തി കുട്ടി ശീലിക്കാനുള്ളതാണ് മൂന്നാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈ. അത് ഇതാ ധീ കിണ്ണ ധീ കിണ്ണ ധീ 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 കിണ്ണ ധീ കിണ്ണ ധീം. പിന്നെ നാലാമത്തെ മദ്ദള വിഷയത്തിൽ ധീമ്രത എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു വായ്ത്താരി സർവ്വസാധാരണ. ഇനി കഥകളിക്കൂട്ടിലായാലും ശരി, പഞ്ചവാദ്യത്തിലായാലും ശരി, കേളിയിലായാലും ശരി, ഏതിലായാലും ധീമ്രത ഇഷ്ടം പോലെ ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പം ധീമ്രത വരണമെച്ചാൽ ധീ താ ക് താ ധീ താ ക് താ കിണ്ണ ധീം താ ക് താ ധീം താ ക് താ കിണ്ണ. ഇതാണ് നാലാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈ. അത് ധീമ്രത കയ്യിൽ വരാനാ. എങ്ങനെ വെച്ചാൽ ധീ താ ക് താ. അപ്പോൾ വലന്തരയുടെ മുകളിൽ പൊത്തിയിട്ട് വന്നു, താന്ന് ഇടന്തരയുടെ മുകളിൽ വന്നു, കീന്ന് വക്കത്ത് വന്നു, ആദ്യം ഇടന്തരയുടെ മുകളിൽ വലത്തേക്ക് കൊണ്ട് വന്നു. ധീ 4 അക്ഷരം ധീ താ ക താ. അത് മുറിയാലോ? അത് മുറുകിയിട്ടാണ് ധീമ്രത വരിക. ദിത്ത കഥ എന്നുള്ള അതേ സാധനം തന്നെയാണ് മുറുകുമ്പം ധീമ്രതയായി മാറുന്നത്. അതായതാ എന്നുള്ളത് അത് ധീമ്രത ആയി മാറുന്നത്. അതാ അത് ധീമ്രത കിട്ടാൻ വേണ്ടി വരാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് നാലാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈ സാധകം ചെയ്ത് പഠിക്കണം.
ധി ത ക ത ധി ത ക ത കിണ്ണ ധീം ത ക ത ധീം ത ക ത കിണ്ണ.
പിന്നെ അഞ്ചാമത്തെ പാടക്കൈ അത് താ കേണ കീട്ട താക്ക് താ താ കേണ കീട്ട താക്ക്. അതെന്തിനാന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ ഈ വിരല് മറയൽ. സാധാരണ പണ്ട് വിരൽ മറന്നതിനൊക്കെ അധികം കുഴ മറഞ്ഞിട്ട് പണ്ടൊക്കെ പഠിച്ചിരുന്നത്. ഇപ്പം കണ്ടമാനം ഈ വിരൽ മറഞ്ഞുള്ള പ്രയോഗം അധികം. അപ്പോൾ ഈ വിരൽ മറഞ്ഞ് ശീലിക്കാൻ താ തക് തക്കെണ്ണ കിട്ട തക്ക് തരിക്കെണ്ണ കിട്ട തക്ക് തക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് തരിക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് തെക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് തരിക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് തക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് തരിക്കണ കിടത്തക്ക് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ വിരൽ മറന്നു തന്നെ പറ്റും. കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ കേളി ആണ് പഠിപ്പിക്കുക. മദ്ദളത്തിൻ്റെതായിട്ട് സ്വന്തമായിട്ട് വല്ലതും ചെയ്യാനുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അത് മദ്ദള കേളിയാണ്.
The Maddala Keli, a temple percussion concert of Kerala, is performed after the Deeparadhana, the major evening puja done to the accompaniment of lighted lamps. The Maddala Keli is part of the ritual called Vilakkajayaram and is performed by one or more Maddalam players to the accompaniment of the Ilathalam. When the number of Maddalams total 5, it is called the Pancha Maddala Keli.
അതിൻ്റെ രൂപം എന്താണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ, ശരിക്കു പറഞ്ഞാൽ മഹാദേവനെ പാദാദികേശം എങ്ങനെയാണെന്നോ കാണണം, ആ ഛായ തോന്നും അതിൻ്റെ ക്രമീകരണം കണ്ടാൽ.
Keli starts with Mukham, a prelude that explicates the characteristics of the rhythm to be performed. The key part of the Keli is the Padikalam, the first stage, which starts slowly in gradually extending rhythmic cycles in a slow tempo. In the second stage, Murugiya Chembakkoora, a different rhythm of 10 beat cycles, is played. The next stage is the 6-beat cycle Murugiya Panjari Koora. This is followed by the 14-beat cycle Murugiya Adanda Koora. The Edanila marks the end of the recital of the Koora. The Edanila is followed by the Edavattam, which marks the beginning of the Egathala, which gradually gains in tempo till it reaches its peak. The Panchavadyam is the most prominent rhythm orchestra played at the temple festivals of Kerala. The Panchavadyam orchestra is an ensemble of 5 instruments comprising the Timila, the Maddalam, the Edakya, the Ilathalam and the Komba. There are clear traditional regulations that determine the composition of the ensemble and the relative numbers of instruments and artists.
മദ്ദളത്തിൻ്റെ ഇരട്ടിയിൽ ഒന്നധികം തിമല, അങ്ങനെയാണ് കണക്ക്. പിന്നെ എത്ര തിമലയുണ്ടോ അത്രയും താളം, അത്രയും കൊമ്പ്. ഇടക്ക 1 or 2 ആവാം. വലിയ പിന്നെ 7 മദ്ദളവും ഒക്കെയുള്ള 2 ഇടക്ക പതിവുണ്ട്.
There are major and minor groups performing the Panchavadyam, with the smallest group comprising of a minimum of 11 artists. The performers usually stand in 4 rows. The Timila player, who leads the ensemble, is at the center of his group of instrumentalists. Behind him line up the Ilathalam players. Opposite the Timila players stand the Maddalam players, behind whom are the Kombo players. The Idakya players stand at both ends of the lines of the Timila and the Maddalam players. The Panchavadyam starts with the blowing of the conch 3 times, symbolizing the holy syllable Om. The Panchavadyam is based on the 14-beat Adanda Talam and it has 5 stages or kalams. Starting from Padikalam, which is a very slow tempo of 440 to 124 beats. And then on to the 3rd stage with 112 beats. The 4th stage comprises 56 beats, while the final 5th stage has 28 beats. Apart from the composed part, there is space for improvisation for the Timila, the Madalam and the Edakya players. More importantly, the Kerala orchestral forms have no conductors as in Western orchestras. The artists communicate through their eyes and gestures. The Madalam has come to be a major component in the performance of classical art forms such as Kathakali. The versatile blend of thala and nada, rhythm and tone contributes greatly to the movements and expressions of the performer.
പിന്നെ കഥകളിയിൽ സാധാരണയുള്ളത് ചെമ്പട, ചെമ്പ, അടന്ത, പഞ്ചാരി ഈ 4 താളത്തിലുള്ള കലാശങ്ങളും ഇതൊക്കെ. പിന്നെ അതിൻ്റെ വകഭേദം, അടന്തയുടെ വകഭേദം മുറിയടന്ത, ത്രിപട അതൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട്. എങ്കിലും ഈ 4 താളത്തിനുള്ളിലുള്ളത് മാത്രമേ കഥകളി വിഷയത്തിൽ താളങ്ങളുള്ളൂ.
Even though the thala structure remains the same for all the bhavas or emotions, it's the Madalam artist's talent that enriches the bhavas being enacted by the artist. Since the Kathakali artist conveys the story through Angiga Abhinaya, acting with the body, and not through Vajiga Abhinaya or verbal histrionics, the Madalam plays a vital role in aiding the actor to communicate the bhavas to the spectators. Apart from this, there is ample space in which the Madalam artist can freely improvise. The range of the Madalam has changed through time. Today, it can produce minute sounds of nature such as the drone of a black beetle, as also the sound of the veena or the galloping of a horse. Earlier, Panchavadyam, Keli and Kathakali were limited largely to temples, royal palaces and houses of the landed gentry. Today, it has broken free of such cloistered spaces and reached the wider outside world. No matter where it is played, the unique sound of the Madalam fascinates, enticing the listener into a timeless enchantment of rhythm and sound.
Welcome to the session Project Management and PERT CPM. PERT, Project or Program Evaluation Review Technique, and CPM, Critical Path Method, are the 2 methods of project management. Before any activity begins related to the work of a project, every project requires an advanced, accurate time estimate. Without an accurate estimate, no project can be completed within the budget and the target completion date. PERT and CPM help us to complete a project within the stipulated time and budget. So let us understand first what is project. A project is a series of activities to accomplish a specific objective. Project management involves project planning, monitoring and controlling. Successful project management ensures the completion of project in time within the budget and specification. Let us familiarize project with a simple example. Arranging for a tea party. It is a project. The project arranging a tea party requires the following activities: invite guests, procure materials, prepare snacks, arrange for the dishes, prepare tea, arrange seats, set table with snacks and dishes, and clean the table. From the above example, it is understood that each activity needs physical time for its completion. Certain activities are interrelated. For example, tea cannot be served until its preparation is completed. Each activity will require one or more of the resources such as manpower, raw materials, and equipments. The project will be completed only if all of its activities are completed. Network representation of projects. Network analysis is a must for studying PERT and CPM. Network analysis is a technique related to the sequencing problems which are concerned with minimizing the performance of the system, such as the total completion of the project, overall cost, etc. In other words, network analysis is a system which plans project by analyzing the project activities. It is one of the most popular techniques used for planning, scheduling, monitoring, and coordinating large and complex projects comprising a number of activities. Objectives of network analysis. It is a powerful tool for planning, scheduling, and control of project. It shows a simple way of the interrelationship of the various activities of constituting a project. Minimize total cost, minimize total time. It leads optimal use of resources. It avoids production delays, interruption, and conflicts. It provides a comprehensive idea about the project, and it provides up-to-date information through frequent reporting. Terms related to network analysis. Network. Network is a series of related activities which results in some product or service. Network diagram. It is a diagram which represents the activities and events of a network, their sequence and relationship. Activity. Activity of network represents project operation or task to be conducted. It is an element of job or task or item of work to be completed in a specific time period. Activities require the expenditure time and resources for their accomplishment. Each activity is represented by an arrow. The head of the arrow indicates the sequence or flow of activities. An activity cannot begin until the completion of the preceding activities. The activities can be classified into three categories. They are 1. Immediate predecessor activity, 2. Immediate successor activity, and 3. Dummy activity. If an activity B is supposed to start immediately after activity A, then A is called the immediate predecessor of B and B is called the immediate successor of A. If a project contains two or more activities which have some of their immediate predecessors is common, then there will be a dummy activity. Dummy activity is an imaginary activity which does not consume any resource. It indicates the predecessor or successor relationship clearly in any activity. Critical path method (CPM). CPM was developed in 1956 by Morgan R. Walker of DuPont Company and James E. Kelly of Remington Rand, both in USA. CPM is an activity-oriented method of project management. Here, emphasis is given to activities of the project. It's a network technique involving the preparation of network in the form of diagram. It is analyzed to locate critical path. After preparing the network diagram, we can locate the various possible paths. From that, we can determine critical path. CPM emphasizes the relationship between resources to shorten the duration of given jobs and increase the cost of these additional resources. CPM operates on the assumption that there is a precise non-time that each activity in the project will be taken. Critical path analysis. The main objective of critical path analysis is to estimate the total project duration and to assign starting and finishing times to all activities involved in the project. The following terms are related with CPM. Path. It refers to unbroken or continuous chain of activities from start event to end event in the network diagram. Critical path. Critical path is that sequence of activities which determines the total project time. Critical path is the continuous chain of critical activities in a network diagram. It is the longest path starting from first to last event and is shown by the thick line or double lines in the network diagram. Activities lying on the critical path are called critical activities. An activity is said to be critical if a delay in its start will cause a further delay in the completion of entire project. Length of critical path. It is the sum of individual times of all critical activities lying on it and defines the minimum time required to complete the project. To determine the duration of individual activities in CPM, 4 activity times are to be computed. First one, earliest start time, EST. It is the earliest time at which an activity can start. Second one, earliest finish time, EFT. It is the earliest starting time plus activity time, that is EST, that is earliest starting time plus activity duration. In other words, it is the earliest time by which an activity can be finished. Latest start time, LST. It is the latest time by an activity can be started without delaying the completion of the project. It can be found by deducting activity duration from latest finish time. LST is equal to LFT minus activity duration. Latest finish time. It is the latest time by which an activity can be finished without delaying the completion of the project. Steps to determine the critical path. Break down the project into various activities systematically. All the activities are to be arranged logically. Then construct an arrow diagram. Number all the nodes or events and activities. Mark activity time on arrow. Calculate earliest start time, earliest finish time, latest start time and latest finish time and mark these times on arrow diagram. Determine total float for each activity. Total float of an activity is defined as difference between the latest finish and the earliest finish of the activity, or the difference between the latest start and the earliest start of the activity. The activities with total float 0 are the critical activities. Locate the critical activities. The activities with 0 float are the critical activities. Connect these critical activities by double line arrow. It is the critical path. Then calculate the total project duration. Next, advantages of critical path method. It helps the top management to concentrate their attention to the critical activities and their completion in time. It helps to locate the critical and non-critical activities. The management can transfer resources of non-critical activities into critical activities for the completion of the project in time. It helps to plan and schedule a project. It provides relevant information about the duration, size and performance of an activity. Here is a simple example. Start, task A, then task B, task E, end. Then again from start, task D, task C, task F, then end. In this project, there are 5 paths. The path 1 is A, B, E. Start, task A, task B, task E, end. Then again start, task D, task C, task F, end. The second path is ACE. Start, task A, task B, task E, end. Then again from start, task D, task E, task F, end. The third path is ACF. Start, task A, task B, task E, end. Then again start, task D, task C, task F, end. The fourth path is DCE. Start, task A, task B, task E, end. Start, task B, task C, task F, end. Start, task A, task B, task E, end. then again start, task D, task C, task F, end. And the fifth path is DCF. Start, task A, task B, task E, end. Start, task D, task C, task F, end. The length of each path is shown below. Start, task A 15 minutes, task B 20 minutes, task E 10 minutes, end. Then start, task D 30 minutes, task C 15 minutes, task F 5 minutes, end. A plus B plus E 45, A plus C plus E 40, A plus C plus F 35, D plus C plus E 55, D plus C plus F 50. So it is understood that DCE is the critical path. Program or Project Evaluation and Review Technique, PERT. PERT or Project Evaluation and Review Technique is a project management tool developed by the government contracting company Booz Allen Hamilton in Virginia in coordination with the US Navy in 1957 to support the US Navy's Polaris nuclear submarine project. It was also used in the Fleet Ballistic Missile Program in 1958. It is more of an event-oriented technique rather than start and completion oriented and is used more in projects where time is the major factor rather than cost. It is applied to very large scale, one-time, complex, non-routine infrastructure and research and development projects. Now this technique is popular in business and other organizations. PERT assists business managers in planning and controlling a project. So it is a management technique. It allows a manager to calculate the expected total amount of time required to complete the entire project. At the same time, it helps to highlight critical activities of the project. Identification of critical activities helps the manager either to allocate more resources or keep a careful PERT is preferred for those projects which are of non-repetitive nature or for those projects in which precise time determination for various activities cannot be made. In PERT, it is assumed that the time to perform each activity is uncertain. PERT incorporates the statistical analysis in determining time estimates. PERT planning involves the following steps that are described below. Identify the specific activities and milestones. The activities are the tasks required to complete a project. The milestones are the events marking the beginning and the end of one or more activities. It is helpful to list the task in a table that in later steps can be expanded to include information on sequence and duration. Determine the proper sequence of the activities. This step may be combined with the activity identification step, since the activity sequence is evident for some tasks. Other tasks may require more analysis to determine the exact order in which they must be performed. Construct a network diagram. Using the activity sequence information, a network diagram can be drawn showing the sequence of the serial and parallel activities. Each activity represents a node in the network and the arrows represent the relation between activities. Software packages simplify this step by automatically converting tabular activity information into a network diagram. Estimate the time required for each activity. Weeks are a commonly used unit of time for activity completion, but any consistent unit of time can be used. A distinguishing feature of the PERT is its ability to deal with uncertainty in activity completion time. For each activity, the model usually includes 3 time estimates. They are optimistic time estimate, most likely time estimate and pessimistic time estimate. Let us have a brief description of each of these time estimates. First one, optimistic time estimate. It is the shortest possible time in which an activity can be completed under ideal conditions if everything goes well. There is a very little chance that activity can be done in time less than the optimistic time. It is the estimate of minimum possible time which an activity will take to complete within ideal situations. Most likely time estimate. It refers to the estimate of the normal time that the activity would take. It is the model value. Pessimistic time estimate. It is the maximum time that an activity would take if everything goes wrong and abnormal situations are prevailed. Most likely time estimate lies in between optimistic time estimate and pessimistic time estimate. The difference in these three times gives a measure of the relative uncertainty involved in the activity. From the above three time estimates, the expected time of each activity would be calculated by using the following formula. T raised to E equal to T raised to 0 plus 4 T raised to M plus T raised to P all divided by 6. Determine the critical path. The critical path is determined by adding the times for the activities in each sequence and determining the longest path in the project. The critical path determines the total calendar time required for the project. Difference between PERT and CPM. First one, CPM is activity oriented. That is, CPM network is built on the basis of activities, whereas PERT is event oriented. Second one, CPM is a deterministic model. It does not take into account in uncertainties involved in the estimation of time, whereas PERT is a probabilistic model. Third one, CPM places dual emphasis on project time and project cost, whereas PERT is primarily concerned with time only. Fourth one, CPM is primarily used for projects which are repetitive in nature and comparatively small in size, whereas PERT is used for large one-time research and development type of projects. Now let us summarize the session. Both PERT and CPM are pure management techniques. As we discussed above, they are two important project management techniques. Presently, these techniques are used not only in business organization but also in service organization. Since libraries are service organizations, these techniques are used for library management. In the case of libraries, shifting of libraries, library automation, constructing of digital libraries, stock verifications are treated as projects, and these are done with the help of PERT and CPM. Here are some questions for you to work out. First one, what do you understand by PERT and CPM? How is it useful to decision makers? Second one, how is PERT useful in accomplishing project objectives? Here are some books for your references. First one, Kumar PhD 2003, Management of Library and Information Centers, New Delhi, BR Publishing Corporation. Second one, Rajagopalan SP 2009, Business Statistics and Operations Research, New Delhi, Tata McGraw-Hill. Third one, Venugopal 2013, Operations Research, Calicut University Press. Thank you for watching this session. We will discuss another topic in the next session. Till then, bye.
Welcome to Interface. Our guest today is Dr. Preminda Jacob, who teaches art history at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, USA. Dr. Preminda Jacob has published extensively on popular culture and visual imagination, and her first book that came out in 2009 is on celluloid deities, visual culture and popular imagination in South India. Welcome, Dr. Preminda. Let us begin by asking you about how did you come into this particular field of visual imagination and popular culture, particularly in South India?
Yes. Well, my research was on fine arts. I had initially studied the work of contemporary South Indian artists.
Okay.
And but when I went to the USA to do my higher studies, I began to realize that the term art is an exclusive category.
Okay.
That we have certain things that we consider worthy of study, and a lot of other things that we think of as just trash and not worthy of interest. But when so then there was a lot of interest in theories of popular culture during my graduate studies. So that kind of made me rethink this category of art and really start thinking of it as visual culture, because then that's much broader. And also I found that when you think of studying only art, you're excluding a lot of aspects of creativity that just simply need to be taken into account. So when I started to look at popular culture, I started to then think of, oh well, what about what is on the streets of India? What sort of popular culture do we have? And then taking some photographs of just photographs of the street and looking at it in the US, I suddenly started to see these amazing advertisements that seem to be popping out of the images. And actually when you are traveling around in the streets of Chennai, you are too overwhelmed with many senses of the heat and the noise and smells and everything. You can't focus on one thing. But when I was looking at these images in the photograph, I suddenly realized that this is something really magnificent in terms of the artistic, visual qualities, visual power. And so that's how I decided to start working on that. Exactly.
You have done this very fascinating study on banners and cutouts, which one finds is they're common to the film culture all over India. But you've decided to concentrate on the South Indian film culture. Can you just tell us in a nutshell, what do you find that is essentially different between the banner and cutout culture, perhaps in a place like Bollywood, and the South Indian based industry, film industry?
Yes, well, it's really interesting because especially abroad, most people associate Indian cinema as synonymous with Bollywood.
Right.
Whereas we know that there are, so many different, regional cinemas, and each one have their own specific histories and also their own specific styles, etc. So, what's interesting about Tamil cinema, especially in the field of South Indian cinema, is that there has been a real emphasis upon advertising right from the 1950s onwards, where there was a famous publicity individual very interested in publicity called S.S. Vasan or Gemini Vasan. And he was really kind of tried to emphasize the publicity in order to market his films. He was also a film producer and distributor. So that really established a trend for large scale dramatic publicity, not only banners and cutouts, but also they would create all these dioramas in the cinema theater, make the cinema theater as if it was like a
place of fantasy.
Place of fantasy. So when people come in, it would be in that way, apart from all the other posters and other strategies. So by having that set up, that sort of set a trend, it also brought in a lot of talent from the surrounding areas. Artists came to express their and to do these creations.
Please tell us something more about the artists and places where they came from, and the caste factor which many people have talked about, who were the people who contributed to this industry, what were the labor relations like, and how have they changed now, in times when the mode of publicity itself has changed as far as cinema is concerned. So
that's a great question, because actually, this is an urban art form,
right?
And so you would think that how do these artists have? What sort of training do they have? In fact, their training is very much in the traditional form of learning art. They would go as apprentices to a particular artist or a studio, and right from when they are young boys, they first serve tea, then they'll start mixing the colors, then they start learning how to draw a few lines, etc. So that way that's how they get their training. And in general, some of the artists that I spoke to said, well, this is nothing to do with caste, because it's about our talent. Those who have the talent, those who have the interest can come into the field.
The Tamil word for that.
Aruvam. Okay. Those who have that is, that's a God-given talent, and who have the interest, they will do it. But on the other hand, a lot of professions are actually, the knowledge is passed on through caste. So while it's an urban art form, and you do have people coming in who are not related to a particular caste who do this, there are a majority of the artists that I interviewed were from the Achari or Nayakar castes. And these castes were traditionally, they would do, make jewelry, they'd carve the stone idols and for temples, and then they'd also do wood sculpture. So that was their form of livelihood. And then since, living in a city, the new form of art making was these painted images, so they kind of took that on as their craft.
All right. So but you mentioned that only men from these communities came to do this work, and there are no girls who are involved in this kind of painting banners or cutouts. Can you make some observations about that?
Yes, I actually asked them, because I said, why is it that no women are in this? And so then the answer was that this is hard work. They have to, because it's basically an advertising agency in some ways.
Right.
So they have to work sometimes through the night to complete a project. And it's not one person who works. So you have to have a team of people working. You have artists, painters, the apprentices, lettering artists, carpenters, the people who put the hoardings up. So it's like a huge, collaborative effort.
And they may be having to work at very odd hours.
Exactly. And they have to clamber up, because they have to climb up on tables, piled one on top of the other to get to the top.
Kind of work.
Exactly.
But very interestingly, in India, women are there in construction work. They are not allowed to express themselves creatively in this area, I think.
Yes,
even today.
That is true, because a lot of the artists, their sons would become painters.
So this is something hereditarily, it used to be passed on from one generation to another, from father to son.
Exactly. So it does happen, but you because it's an urban art form, you have people from other, families that are not, in the art community also coming into it.
Right. So such extensive work has gone into the making of this book, extensive research, So what I want to know is, how easy was it for you, or how hard was it for you to get the material? Because most of these kinds of artwork, these banners and cutouts, are no longer to be seen in Chennai today.
Right.
So where do you go? Are there any places or some museums of a kind where these things are stored as relics of a particular recent past, maybe? But is there any place where you have easy access to these banners or cutouts?
In fact, that's a great question, because it's pointing to a very important part of this art form, that is, it's completely an ephemeral art form. There are no, once they were painted, and once they serve the purpose of publicizing the film or the political leader, that was it. It was taken down, and then it was just taken, and the poor people would come and they just put it on their huts, or the plywood cutouts were chopped up and used for firewood. So even the artists themselves very few artists, of all the artists I interviewed, one artist actually had an album of some black and white photographs of his banners that he had painted over many years. So when you think of these amazing constructions, so huge and in color, they had just a very paltry record, and that was something that was very surprising to me, because most artists would like to keep a record or a portfolio of their work. But these artists said, no, it's not, for us to say if it's good, it's about the people who see it. If they see it and there's an effect and they say it's good, that's what it is. So it was very much about the actual experience of seeing it that was more important for them anyway than keeping a record. Now, I had been studying this movement for the past almost 20 years. I'm sorry to say, because it's taken me a long time, but while I was studying it, it was in full expression, full energy. The business was booming, and there were constantly these amazing creations would be put up on the street and then taken down after a few months for the cinema posters or the cinema banners or for political hoardings. I still remember once I had just arrived in Madras. In that time it was known as Madras, and I saw this magnificent head of Karunanidhi. It was like it was a square, it was just the head, must have been like about 40 feet by 40 feet, a huge one on the street, and I said, oh my God, but there was a lot of traffic and all. I said, I'll come back tomorrow and take a picture. When I went back the next day, it wasn't there. It was like a huge shock to me, but that magnificent painting had completely disappeared. There was no record, no record of it even.
No sign of it.
No sign of it, literally speaking. So that's the amazing aspect of this art form.
That brings us to another contradiction, maybe, I don't know, because you say it is ephemeral and it is art, isn't it? So at the risk of being called an oxymoronic construction, I'm just asking you, is there something, were you up against a very conventional or orthodox kind of a view when you called these banners and cutouts as works of art? Did you have to defend it, defend these things being called as art itself?
Yeah, that's really a very a very apt question, because in fact when like I said, I'd started this research many years ago, and at that time when I first started working, there wasn't so much interest in popular culture. It was beginning, but especially in the field of art history, which is my discipline, it was a very conservative field as to what was art and what was legitimate art. There was interest in popular culture, in anthropology and sociology, some of that, but not really from the point of view of something that is the power of the visual that we now talk about with visual imagination, visual culture. So that is all like new terminology and a new way of looking at these things. So you're right, there was I had to actually kind of make a case for the fact that these works were worthy of being studied,
observed as objects of art.
And so a lot of my research, you had asked me as to how difficult or how easy was it to do this research. A lot of my theories and the research that I did was really referencing fields of anthropology and sociology in order to gain an understanding of these works, not just as these objects that they are, because like I said, these objects are no longer present after a certain moment. So it was much more about what is the impact, how are these objects received, and what type of history do these objects make manifest in the public sphere. That was what that was what I had to research. That was what was my challenge, and so I used interviews, and oral testimonies, and then of course also research into the history of the state where
that brings us to the next another very interesting aspect, is that the kind of intersection between cinema and politics in Tamil Nadu particularly, because you keep comparing the cutouts of Karunanidhi and MGR, or cutouts of Rajinikanth and Jayalalitha. So can you shed some light on how these aesthetics of banner making, how it transforms the image, whether it is that of a film hero, a heroine, or whether it is a political leader? how do they feed into each other?
Yes, actually that you've touched on like the core thesis of my book, which was basically that these banner and cutout images, because they were using the same image for the same medium for cinema publicity and for political propaganda or political publicity. What my thesis was that on the street, the juxtaposition of these images, portraits of film stars and political celebrities, done in the same medium by the same artist, so of course they're using similar stylistic features, which is a lot of realism, a lot of kind of a little bit of drama in the image. All of that coming in really kind of made the boundaries between cinema and politics help to kind of blur those boundaries. Now that is already there in terms of the history of cinema and politics in Tamil Nadu. It's a very specific history that actually dates back to the 1940s, and prior to that even there was a movement, the Dravidian movement, that has dates from the early 20th century, and then by the 40s the Dravidian movement incorporates cinema. So this type of connection between cinema and politics was already present, but what my point is that these banner and cutout images, they kind of make the connection very visible on the street without actually saying anything. It just happens in a subliminal level.
People absorb it unconsciously into their psyche. That's what you're trying to say.
That's right. Yeah, I mean that's what happens with most advertisements, right? But it's a very powerful form of communication.
Right, that's right.
So
now that as you mentioned a little while back, banners and cutouts are no longer to be seen on the streets of Chennai. And I think in most of the Indian metropolitan centers, you don't have those. That era of banners and cutouts is more or less gone. And we have digital technology taking over. How do you think that has affected our now? How does the subliminal level, how is it addressed today
in terms of
image making and
that's right. Well, that's an interesting point. Now, just when you talked about these that research that I had collected all these images, in fact, I've actually created a website. Like you told me, you looked through the website, and so I've actually uploaded all my entire collection of like 300 or so photographs that I had taken of these banners and cutouts, and then also some video of the artists painting them and their presence on the street. So that I've tried to create kind of a visual documentation. But in terms of now that these have been completely removed, actually from like 2002 onwards, a new technology that was being used for other commercial advertisements like cigarettes and banks and all that, it was like on vinyl or vinyl material. They were like photographic prints. Those were really dominating the cityscape, and then the cinema industry also found that this was the modern medium of communication, and they also stopped patronizing the banner and cutout imagery. Well, in terms of this connection between cinema and politics, it's of course that drama has been taken away because these cutouts were, first of all, not only were they very large, but they were also vibrantly, very colorful and all that, right?
Because you mentioned about the melodrama.
Yes.
The element of melodrama even in the cutouts. It's a very, very interesting point, actually.
Exactly. So, but now, I think there is still a juxtaposition, like when you go around the streets of Chennai, there are no cutouts or banners, and even the big vinyl advertisements have been removed.
They disappeared.
They've also disappeared because there have been a new attitude about the city. A city wants to be a modern city. You want to get rid of all this.
A little primitive kind of expression.
Right. It's a hand-based, art form. So, but you still have these paper posters, and what's very interesting is, again, you have the juxtaposition of the paper posters, and now, of course, the Chief Minister is Jayalalitha, so you have images of the politician and the film stars and all that in the same medium and the same sizes on the same spaces, usually on the walls that are surrounding buildings.
So are you saying that the basic mindset does not change Are you saying that?
Well,
only the expression shifts over time.
Yeah, well, I can't say that either, because the times are always changing, and the type of reception that someone like MGR received after acting in so many films, we don't know. Will Rajinikanth receive the same kind of reception? Does he really want to cultivate that image? Things are always changing, and the minds of the population are also changing. So the taste for cinemas in Tamil Nadu has changed in terms of what their expectations are. So I don't want to say that things are fixed, but nevertheless, in terms of this, commonality in medium, I've noticed that. So how long this will all last, and how long politicians will be successful in making this bridge between cinema and politics to, aggrandize their own image, I'm not sure how long that will be, successful.
But how does this coming in of newer kind of technology and techniques? What has happened to this group of artists who were involved in this work? Have they become jobless, or has there been a kind of a impoverishment of those communities? Have you been able to follow that up in some way?
Yes, in fact, that was the only positive feature of the fact that it took me so long to complete the book, was that during the course of my research, all this happened, and this whole art form disappeared from the urban scene. So but I did meet up with these artists, because I had been meeting them for so many years, and most of the companies had closed down. But one or two of the really well-known companies had managed to hang on, and they were hoping that the public would, that these vinyl banners would be no longer, popular, because they couldn't have cutouts, that they would come back to the painted banners. But that never did happen. But what's instead has happened is that these artists have convinced the government, because they say that we are only artists, we can't do anything else. They've convinced the government or the Chennai Corporation to let them paint the walls around the city, because every building has compound walls. So they have painted all types of scenes of dancers, of flora and fauna, of landscapes, of big tourist sites, all kinds of very kind of postcard-like, non-threatening subject matter. It doesn't seem to be, involved with cinema or politics. It's more about,
other kinds of creativity.
Yes,
which are not very controversial.
Exactly, and popular imagery, but which also, in a sense, shows a lot of talent. Like within the banner community itself, there were some artists who were really highly talented, versus others who were just repeating the same formulaic images. Similarly, in these images that are painted on the walls, again, it's an ephemeral art form. Anyone can go and put graffiti on it. Anyone can stick posters on it.
That's right.
It peels away after a while.
People write comments.
Sometimes
they put mustache on the heroine.
Yes, things like that.
They do all kinds of subversive things on the
things that are on the public sphere. But but nevertheless, they are able to continue to paint it, and there's a great variation in the quality also.
Yes. Praminda, you were talking about how this banner and cutout draws from paintings like Raja Ravi Verma, and the motifs and the themes of melodrama, how that is made static on the expression. I just want to ask you another question, something related to it, is that has the modern painting, contemporary painting, drawn from the banner and the cutout? Just as banner and cutout is drawn from the painting, has there been an impact of this popular culture art form on the painters and artists?
Oh, that's a great question, because in fact there was just recently in this past June, there was a huge show in the National Gallery of Modern Art in New Delhi, which was focused upon artists contemporary Indian artists who have referenced the culture of cinema.
Oh,
you know, that's general cinema culture in general, and I'm sure you know in literature there are so many authors who are constantly, you know, referencing cinema,
of course,
culture,
particularly modern literature. Yes.
Exactly. So like that, there's a lot in the art world also, and there was a real interest even among Western artists for these banner and cutouts. You know, while this phenomenon was going on in Chennai, there were always constantly documentary groups coming from other countries to document this art form. And then some artists from the West, they started to commission these banner artists.
I see.
In fact, one of the artists that I met, he had actually gone to Belgium and painted images of huge melodramatic faces, but according to the specifications and photographs given by that artist, he painted it for artwork. And also in India, there are some artists who also, you know, get banner artists to kind of work with them to create artwork.
All right.
So there has been
this kind of cross fertilization, so to say.
Yes, and it really is cross fertilization, because Hussain, Emmrc Hussain, the famous Indian artist, had actually worked for a while he was going through college. He didn't have money at one point, and he worked as a banner artist in Bombay. You know, he had worked as a banner artist and then went back to painting. So he had a very great interest, and these banner artists would tell me, they said, you know, Hussain was one of us, you know. So they were very
so that was kind of an ego boost for them to talk of Emmrc Hussain. So thank you, Preminda, for such a wonderful interview and very insightful and extremely interesting. Thank you once again.
And thank you for interviewing me. It was very, very pleasurable to talk with you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the session on Introduction to Aesthetics, Part 2. Aesthetics is a branch of philosophy concerned with art and beauty. It is a relatively new branch of philosophy that originated in the early 18th century in England and Germany, or 2000 years after the beginnings of other branches of Western philosophy, which began in Greece around 600 BC. Aesthetic, as the study of art and beauty, is closely related to the concept of aesthetic experience. Alexander Baumgarten, during 1714 to 1762, who coined the term aesthetics, argues that human experience the world in one of two fundamentally different ways: logically and aesthetically. Logical experience is the most common way in which we see and experience things by classifying them in practically useful ways. Aesthetic experience, by contrast, is looking at things for their own sake. Just think about how we enjoy looking at a rose or watching a sunset. The main question for aesthetic as a branch of philosophy is, what is the nature of aesthetic experience? You don't have an aesthetic experience because the object you are looking at is beautiful or because it is a work of art, but it is beautiful because you are looking at aesthetically. It is art because it has been made to be looked at aesthetically. Art and beauty, therefore, according to the 18th century aesthetic investigations, are subjective and psychological. They do not exist objectively as properties of object, but only as human ways of perceiving objects. But because our sense organs are similar, our experiences, though subjective, are roughly similar. So even though aesthetic qualities are subjective and psychological and culturally relative, they can be explained as potentially universal for all humans. According to the 18th and 19th century tradition of aesthetics, what we call art is those objects made by people to be enjoyed aesthetically. The early Paleolithic people who produced the famous cave paintings did not make them simply to be viewed, but for ritual, ceremonial and religious purposes. But today we appreciate it as work of arts, though the people who made it never thought of it that way. We may call this art before art, since art created as art, not as religious icons. Aesthetic experience and aesthetics, as the study of aesthetic experience, are notions that have not always existed since the dawn of human society or since the beginning of Western civilization. It is a relatively new development. Though aesthetics as a study of aesthetic experience is a new development, the question of beauty, which is also included in this field, has always been a perennial issue for the philosophers since Plato. So we have to consider these twin concerns, that is, the theory of beauty and the theory of art separately. Now, as an introduction to the subject aesthetics, let us try to outline the basic historical roots along which the problems of aesthetics have evolved. As I have already mentioned, we have two major divisions in this session, the theory of beauty and the theory of art. We will start with the theory of beauty. Western theories of beauty start with famous Greek philosopher Plato during 428 to 348 BC. He has included beauty as a theme of discussion in his book Symposium. According to the Platonic philosophy, beauty transcends the world of sense experience, which means that the experience of beauty is unlike what would be described as aesthetics experience today. Plato draws a sharp line between beautiful things which we see, hear or touch in the world of sense and beauty itself, which exists apart from the world of sights and sounds in what Plato calls the intelligible world. However, further he tries to discover the properties that all beautiful things have in common in the world of senses. There are beautiful things which are simple and beautiful things which are complex. The simple things have unity in common and the complex things have measures and proportion of parts in common, which is also a form of unity. But he does not think that the word beauty and the word unity are identical in meaning. Something is beautiful in virtue of its participation in the form of beauty, which is an ultimate abstract level. Aristotle, during 384 to 322 BC, a student and contemporary of Plato, rejected the Platonic view that the forms transcend the world of experience and exist in their own distinct realm. Aristotle maintained that the forms were embodied in nature as we experienced it and that they had no independent existence. For Aristotle, the world as we sensuously experience it is no basic way illusory, and his philosophy provides a basis for an interest in the phenomena of both nature and art. The next important philosopher is Plotinus during 204 to 269 BC. Plotinus' mysticism emphasizes even more strongly than Plato's philosophy the illusoriness of the world of sense. Plotinus accepts Plato's theory of forms and holds that the world of senses to some limited degree reflects and reveals the forms to contemplation. He, like Plato, argues that experience of beauty itself is not a sensuous experience but an intellectual one. Contemplation is the central idea in both Plato and Plotinus. But contemplation they mean a kind of meditation in which a person has the object of his awareness some non-sensuous entity, for example, the form of beauty. It is in the works of St. Thomas Aquinas during 1225 to 1274 AD that Aristotelian philosophy received its most influential expression. Aquinas' conception of beauty is not an unworldly one.
He defines beauty as that which pleases when seen. He also attempts to isolate the properties of objects which do please. He concludes that the conditions of beauty are three: perfection or unimpairedness, proportion or harmony, and brightness or clarity. Aquinas' theory has both subjective and objective aspects. The conditions of beauty are objective features of the world of experience, but the idea of pleasing as part of the meaning of beauty is a subjective element. According to Aquinas, in the experience of beauty, the mind grasps a form which is embodied in the object of the experience. For example, the mind grasps the form of hoarseness when the object experienced is a horse. As we have already seen, the 18th century was a critical time in the history of aesthetics. During this period, a number of British philosophers worked on the concept of taste and provided the basis for aesthetics in its modern form. Prior to this period, it was generally assumed that beauty named an objective property of things, either a transcendental or an empirical property, depending on the theory. But the 18th century philosophers of taste shifted the focus of aesthetic theory. In order to furnish a basis for objective judgments of beauty, they concentrated on the elite faculty or faculties with which men react to certain features of the objective world. In George Dickey's words, the apparatus of taste is conceived of by some of them to be a special single faculty, that is the sense of beauty, by some to be composed of several special faculties, the sense of beauty, the sense of the sublime, and so on, and by some as simply the ordinary cognitive and affective faculties functioning in an unusual way. In short, these thinkers turn their attention on the subject, that is human being, and analyze the states of subject's mind and his mental faculties. Another important development in 18th century was the introduction of the notions of the sublime and the picturesque into the aesthetic theory. Shaftesbury, during 1671 to 1713, was one of the first 18th century thinkers to focus attention on the sublime. According to Shaftesbury, the vastness and incomprehensibility of the creation of God can only be described as sublime. He classified the sublime as one kind of beauty. Another important contribution of Shaftesbury is the introduction of the notion of disinterestedness. He argues that selfish or interested desires, of which the desire for possession is a paradigm, are destructive of aesthetic appreciation. In the theory of the British aesthetician Francis Hutcheson, during 1694 to 1746, we see no trace of Platonic transcendentalism. His theory focuses on the phenomena of sense. In his view, the word beauty names neither a transcendental object nor any objects which is seen, heard, or touched. Beauty names an idea raised in us, that is, it denotes an object in our private consciousness which is aroused by the perception of certain kinds of external objects. By the sense of beauty, he means a power or ability to have aroused in a mind the idea or feeling of beauty. Edmund Burke's, during 1728 to 1797, book on the sublime and beautiful is a seminal work in the field of aesthetics. He regards the sublime as opposed to beauty. He rejects the theory of special internal senses and tries to make the ordinary pleasure and pain the basis for beauty and the sublime. The pleasure taken in beauty is love, that is positive pleasure, and this pleasure is generally related to the passions useful for the preservation of society. The pleasure taken in the sublime is delight, that is relative pleasure, and is generally related to the passion useful for the preservation of the individual. It is not so easy to understand the theory of beauty proposed by the German philosopher Immanuel Kant during 1724 to 1804, as he organizes his idea according to a complex system of philosophy bristled with technical terms. However, let us try to summarize his major ideas. Kant uses the term aesthetic in a very broader sense to include not only judgments of beauty and sublime, but also judgments of pleasure in general. For Kant, all aesthetic judgments focus on pleasure and it is subjective. Pleasure does not play a role in the cognition of the objective world external to the subject. He also thinks that such judgments are stable and universal in a way that other pleasures are not. He divides the discussion of his theory into 4 parts, each of which treats a major concept. These concepts are disinterestedness, universality, the form of purpose, and necessity. The theory may be summarized as: a judgment of beauty is a disinterested, universal, and necessary judgment concerning the pleasure which everyone ought to derive from the experience of form. In this theory, the concepts of disinterestedness, universality, and necessity are primarily involved with the experiencing subject, but the 4th concept, the form of purpose, focuses on the object of appreciation. He asserts that it is a recognition of the form of purpose, not recognition of the purpose itself, which evokes the beauty experience. For example, the design of a painting is the result of purposive activity of a human agent, whereas the forms of nature are the result of purposive activity of God. Before the 18th century, beauty was a central concept. During the century, it was replaced by the concept of taste. By the end of the century, the concept of the taste had been overrun by the concept of aesthetics. Now, we will turn to the other strain in the history of aesthetics, the theory of art. In this chapter, we will mainly discuss the imitation theory of art put forward by Plato and Aristotle, and the expression theory of art, a 19th century view which was the first theory to challenge the dominance of the imitation theory. The major difference between these two theories is that the imitation theory of Plato and Aristotle focuses attention on the objective properties of the work of art, that is, it is object-centered, whereas the expression theory of art shifts the attention away from the work of art to the artist. It is artist-centered. In the Republic, Plato says that an artisan who makes a chair imitates the form of chairness from the intelligible world, and an artist who paints a picture of the chair imitates the chair. There are then 2 levels of imitation. He asserts that artists are 2 times away from the truth, so that art cannot be a good source of knowledge. Aristotle, however, takes a direct interest in the art, or rather various genres of art such as tragedy and comedy. His main contribution to aesthetics is his Poetics, which is concerned with 3 genres of art: tragedy, comedy, and epic poetry. The Poetics is basically a theory of literature and theatre. He has no hostility toward the world of sense as such, and consequently toward art which imitates the world of sense. He also proposes a subjective element known as catharsis in his theory of imitation. According to this, tragedy purges the spectator of pity and fear, and he leaves the theatre free of such emotions. In the beginning of 19th century, the imitation theory was called in question. During this period, the theory that art is the expression of emotion of the artist came to be the dominant view. The rise of the expression theory of art is related to Romanticism, an important intellectual and philosophical development of the 18th and 19th centuries. The main philosophical doctrines behind Romanticism were those of Fichte, Schelling, Schopenhauer, and Nietzsche. Romanticism may be thought of as a reaction against empiricist philosophy and the scientific mentality, and as an attempt to reach behind the sensuousness of ordinary knowledge. In this context, emotion assumes an important role it had not previously had. It attained the privileged stature of a superior knowledge. Art began to be considered as the vehicle of this knowledge and competitor of science. The idea of the expression theory of art can be summarized as art is expression of the emotion of its creator. Eugene Veron writes late in the 19th century, art is the manifestation of emotion obtaining external interpretation, now by expressive arrangement of line, form or color, now by a series of gestures, sounds or words governed by particular rhythmic cadence. Leo Tolstoy's version of expression theory brings reference to spectators, readers and the like into the definition of art. Art is a human activity consisting in this, that one man consciously by means of some external signs hands on to other feelings he has lived through, and that other peoples are infected by these feelings and also experience them. Now let us sum up the three important accomplishments of this theory. 1. It re-established for art a central place in Western culture. 2. It related art to the lives of the people. 3. It attempted to account for the emotional qualities of art and the way in which art moves people. I hope you have got an elementary knowledge of aesthetics and the evolution of aesthetic ideas through ages from our brief discussion. However, what have been left out in this session also needs your attention. For instance, recent developments in the field of aesthetics have introduced a new area of study called the philosophy of criticism or metacriticism, which is conceived of as a philosophical activity which analyzes and clarifies the basic concept used by the art critics when they describe, interpret or evaluate particular works of art. So I think you enjoyed the session. Bye.
Hello and welcome to the session on fundamentals of communication. Education is all about communication. One of the most important forms of communication is that which takes place in a classroom. In a classroom, educators are essentially engaged in communication as they teach. Teaching and learning represent the two sides of a single coin. The importance of communication in the classroom is a key part of education. When a teacher communicates effectively with their students, many different things can happen. The same is when the students communicate with the teacher. The better the communication in a teaching environment will strengthen the learning process. Competence in oral communication, that is in speaking and listening, is prerequisite to students' academic, personal and professional success in life. Good communication can make a class a great place to learn. The better the communication is in a teaching environment, the more enhanced the learning will be. The importance of classroom communication and interaction is well explained in the next chapter. But before understanding the importance of classroom communication and the role of teachers and students in a classroom, it is necessary to know the fundamentals of communication and its basic forms. Communication regulates and shapes all human behavior. It is a mechanism through which human relationships exist and develop. Communication is a skill that humans typically learn, develop and use unconsciously to make their thoughts into messages so that other people can understand. The messages take different forms like gestures, behavior, signals, facial expression, noises, spoken words, etc. The word communication is derived from the Latin word communis or communicare, which means to make common, to impart or share. Communication is the process of exchanging messages or information between two or more parties. The process of communication includes transmission of information, ideas, emotions, skills and knowledge. This information can be passed to another person using symbols, signs, words, pictures, figures, graphs or illustrations. Everything we do throughout each day involves communication in one form or another. Basic forms of communication. Commonly, communication is divided into verbal communication and non-verbal communication. These basic forms of communication are also known as methods, channels or medium of communication. Many complex ideas, thoughts or messages have to be communicated sequentially to be meaningful. Verbal communication. Verbal communication can be divided into two forms, oral and written communication. Oral means anything pertaining to mouth. Oral communication uses spoken words in the communication process to communicate a message. It involves the arrangement of words in a structured and meaningful manner, adhering to the rules of grammar. In the oral communication, the sender and the receiver exchange ideas through speech, either face to face or through some mechanical or electrical device. Oral communication is influenced by voice modulation, pitch, volume and even the speed and clarity of speaking. Verbal communication is applicable to a wide range of situations ranging from formal talks, informal office discussions to public speeches. It is the most effective form of communication in a classroom. Teachers and students in a classroom mostly use verbal communications to express their views and ideas. Verbal communication has the ability to confuse, clarify, encourage, instruct and teach. Earlier, teachers talked for most of the time and students used to listen. Over time, educators realized that students had to use the language if they were to become better educated. There are many advantages of oral communications. Some of them are the following. Quickness. Ideas can be conveyed very quickly through oral communication. Flexibility. Oral communication has an element of flexibility. Flexibility means changing ideas according to the situation. In oral communication, ideas can be changed according to the interests of the receiver or the listener. Quick feedback. A response during an oral communication can help to understand the extent to which the receiver has understood the message through his feelings during the course of the conversation. Effective source. Oral communication leaves much impression on the receiver. Increase in efficiency. Oral communication is that form of communication that consumes less time and energy. Economic source. Oral communications are economical because the message is communicated only orally and less misunderstood. In oral communication, clarification or doubt can be removed instantly. Written communication is used for communicating complicated information. It allows information to be recorded so that it can be referred to at a later date. Written communication must be clear and concise in order to communicate information effectively. The effectiveness of written communication depends on the style of writing, vocabulary used, grammar, clarity and precision of language. With the advancement of technology, the scope of written communication has widened. There are many advantages of using written communication. Written communication is suitable for lengthy messages. Written communication is the best with regard to some special facts that require future reference. Written communication has no open conversation with another person or a group. Hence, it saves time. Moreover, for a written conversation, presence of two parties is not required. Non-verbal communication. Non-verbal communication is a primitive form of communication that does not involve the use of words. It is the most basic form of communication, that is, communication without words. It is less structured compared to verbal communication. Non-verbal communication includes body language or overall body movement, gestures, cues, vocal qualities, facial expressions, spatial relationships and even posture. Non-verbal communication sets the tone of a conversation. It can seriously undermine the message contained in your words. It is commonly used to express emotions like respect, love, dislike, unpleasantness, etc., and is considered more reliable than verbal communication as it reflects the communicator's true feelings. Non-verbal communication is more efficient from both senders and receivers' standpoint. Non-verbal communication is also a critical aspect of interpersonal communication in the classroom. The most credible messages teachers generate as communication sources are non-verbal. Many of the cues students use to make judgments about teachers' competence or characters are obtained by observing the teacher's non-verbal behavior. There are limitations in using non-verbal communication. It is useful for passing only small pieces of information. They can be misunderstood and is quite difficult to study. The following are the main functions of non-verbal communication: to provide information either consciously or unconsciously, to express emotions, to complement verbal communication, to control others, to influence others and to simplify specific tasks. Communication cycle. In order to make interactions effective and reduce the chances of misunderstanding, we need to analyze the cycle of communication. If we understand the importance of the cycle of communication and filter our communication to make it healthy, we can transform ourselves and our environment by changing the way we communicate with others and ourselves. The communication cycle is a basic process for interacting and defines the goal of transmission of message, which is to exchange ideas. It is a dynamic process involving a series of actions and reactions with a view to achieve a goal. Components of communication process. Communication is effective only when a concise and clear message is delivered to the listener and understood fully. The best way to understand the communication process is to study it as a system. A system is an entity which is composed of interdependent parts working together to achieve an intended goal. The process of communication has the following components. Idea. Idea is the simplification and abstraction of reality filtered through the individual mind. Every message, whether written or oral, that is to be conveyed to another person begins with an idea. The stimulus that interests and possesses a communicator's attention becomes an idea. However, many complex factors influence the formation of an idea. For example, the mood of the individual, his ideas, attitudes, values, norms and practices. Sender. The person who sends the idea or message is known as the sender. The person or persons involved in the communication process who is otherwise called the communicator, is the message source. The sender of a message can be any individual. The process of communication begins when an idea occurs in the mind of the sender which he wants to convey to another person to achieve some objective. The sender may be an individual or a group. The communicator intentionally forms a purposeful message and attempts to express it to others either through verbal or non-verbal signs. He may use both words as well as gestures to put his message across. However, the success of an effective communication depends on the sender's ability to accurately predict how the idea will impact the receiver and what kind of skills would be necessary to create a positive impact. Message. Communication takes place through sending and receiving of messages. The message has a content which is conveyed during the communication process. The content may be in the form of ideas, facts, thoughts or feelings expressed by the participants. Because some messages are difficult to convey, some people use signs and cards to formulate them. It would not be possible in some occasions to convey the ideas and feelings if you did not have signs to represent them. Messages have a meaning that must be understood and interpreted. Some messages have a clear and obvious content and some others are hidden and not so obvious. The process of communication involves sending and receiving signs which have meanings attached to them. Encoding. Encoding is the process of taking ideas in the mind and transforming them into verbal and non-verbal signs so that they can be transmitted as messages to someone. The conversion of ideas into messages connects the sender to the receiver. Medium and channel. After the message has been encoded by the communicator, it has to travel to the recipient. The medium and channel are both links between the sender and the receiver. The medium is the physical means by which messages are transmitted between people in the communication process. Some of the examples of medium are the voice, body movements, newspapers, books, photographs, electronic means of communication such as telephone, radio, loudspeaker, television, etc. When there is use of more than one medium to encode the message by the sender, it increases the redundancy and to a certain extent accuracy of the message. The channel is the route by which the messages travel. It is the vehicle that carries the message to the receiver. The channel has very little to do with the meaning of the message. It is important for the sender to know the suitable channel for the kind of message that has to be transmitted. The choice of the channel depends on the purpose of communication, the sender's needs and profile of the receiver. Receiver. The receiver or the recipient does not merely receive the messages expressed by the sender or the communicator. Like the sender, the receiver too has personal filters. The message passes through the personal filters of values, beliefs, attitudes, feelings and opinions. The receiver is the active participant in the communication process. He should intentionally and consciously pay attention to the message in order to understand and interpret it. The element of perception plays a major role in the receiver's acceptance or rejection of the message. The success and failure of the message depends on how the receiver conceives it. Good listening skills, ability to read between the lines and ability to interpret a hidden message are expected of a competent receiver. Hence, it is aptly said that communication is message perceived and not message sent. Decoding. Decoding is the process of taking the verbal and non-verbal messages that one receives from others and giving them meaning. It is process of translating words, signs, symbols and meanings. Successful decoding is correct understanding of the intent of the message as transmitted by the sender. Feedback. During the communication process, the participants continuously send messages or feedback to each other. Feedback is the response of the participants either sender and receiver to each other. It is the receiver's response to the sender's message. It is the means whereby the participants negotiate ideas and exchange meanings. Feedback is an important factor in the communication process because it helps the sender to know whether the message has been understood by the receiver or not. Feedback gives the communication process a dynamic nature by making it an interactive process rather than a linear one. Thus, communication process happens through the following elements and activities. The sender has an idea. The sender encodes the idea into a message. The message travels through a channel. Noise in the transmission process. The receiver gets the message. The receiver decodes the message. The receiver provides the feedback. The frame of reference of the sender and the receiver, and the context of the receiver. Types of communication. There are different types of communication. They are personal or intrapersonal communication, interpersonal communication, mass communication, public communication, transformational communication, group communication, etc. Personal or intrapersonal communication. Intrapersonal communication is the most basic form of communication. This form of communication is extremely private and restricted to oneself. During a personal communication, one thinks and introspects. A personal communication usually includes silent conversation wherein the person itself becomes the sender and the receiver who processes his thoughts and ideas. According to Carl Rogers, if an individual does not practice intrapersonal communication, he is likely to lose touch with himself and can thus suffer from mental agony. So, intrapersonal communication can help an individual to shape self-concept and develop one's convictions. It also helps to think, plan, analyze and interpret messages and ideas. Interpersonal communication. The form of communication that takes place between two people, that is face to face or one on one. Communication that occurs between two people is called interpersonal communication. This usually will be a dialogue or conversation between two or more people. Here, the two individuals swap their roles as senders and receivers in order to communicate effectively. The possibility of exchange of views and opinions on the spot makes this type of communication very valuable. Interpersonal communication is the primary form of human communication. In the beginning, interpersonal communication was not verbal, although oral sounds were a part of it. Mass communication. Mass communication is generally identified with tools of modern mass media, which includes press, books, cinema, television, radio, etc. This type of communication is used to convey messages to an entire population. Public communication. This type of communication takes place when one individual addresses a large gathering of people. Campaigns for election and public speeches are a few examples. Public communication usually has only a single sender and several receivers. Transformational communication. Transformational communication goes beyond interpersonal communication. It is also known as supportive communication. It originates from the sender. The sender consciously builds a larger frame of reference for a healthy understanding to develop. Counselors, teachers and human resource managers practice this type of communication by listening to the grievances of the person sitting opposite to him and seek solutions for them. Group communication. Group communication can take place only when there are more than two people involved. This type of communication is generally used to share information, develop ideas, solve problems and make decisions with a limited number of others. Press conferences, board meetings and team meetings are examples of group communication. Importance of communication. Communication skills are the set of skills that enables a person to convey information so that it is received and understood. the fundamentals of communication are a set of basic communication skills that form the foundations of more advanced communication skills, including speech. If these fundamentals are missing, it is unlikely that more advanced communication can develop. Communication in its simplest sense is a human relationship involving two or more persons who come together to share an idea, to commune, or just to be together. Communication, though is a complex two-way process, is crucial for the success of any individual. It is the mechanism through which human relations exist and develop. In this era of globalization, knowledge management and corporate governance, the prime factor that concerns the most is the ability to communicate effectively. Effective communication plays a key role in fulfilling the needs of day-to-day life. Thus, it is a part of basic necessities that one needs to be equipped with habits for good communication skills. Today, effective communication skills have become a predominant factor even while recruiting employees. Barriers to communication. Communication barriers interfere with sending and receiving messages in a communication process. Barriers can result in miscommunication, which can have serious consequences. This can be categorized into problems caused by the sender, problems in message transmission, problems in reception, and problems in receiver comprehension. Semantic or language barriers. Semantic barriers are those related to language. Because of obscurity of language, there is possibility of wrong interpretation of messages. This barrier is created because of wrong choice of words, sentences, etc. Organizational barriers. Organizational structure greatly affects the capacity of the employees in an organization as far as communication is concerned. Some organizational policies and rules, organizational level or categories, complexity in organization structure, and the various facilities provided in an organization may affect communication process between the employees at different levels. Personal barriers. There are some barriers which are directly connected with the sender and the receiver. Such barriers are called personal barriers in communication process. Emotional or perceptual barriers. The importance of communication depends on the mental condition of both the sender and the receiver. A mentally and emotionally disturbed person can be a hindrance in communication. Physical barriers. Physical barriers are those caused due to the faulty physical condition. These barriers cause a lot of noise. These include insufficient insulated rooms, noises from outside, poor lighting, body postures, etc. Effective communication requires the communicator to translate their messages in a way that is specifically designed for their intended audience. So, communication process should be made effective from the time you start your basic education, that is from your classroom itself. Classroom communication is a two-way process between the participants in the learning process. Here, the teacher influences the learner and vice versa. There are many different components to classroom communication. Classroom interaction uses verbal, non-verbal, and other types of interactions like lecturing, discussions, etc. The role played by teachers and students in a classroom interaction is also equally important. This would be in detail discussed in the next chapter. Now you can try to answer the questions given here. What is the meaning of communication and why it is important? Explain the different types of communication. Which are the different components of communication process? Write briefly on the basic forms of communication. How does communication become important in human lives? What are the different barriers in communication? Hope that you may go through these books for reference. An Introduction to Communication Studies, written by Steinberg S. and published by Jutta and Company, Africa, in the year 2007. Communication Skills, written by Sen L. and published by Prentice Hall of India Private Limited, New Delhi, in 2008. Communication and Introduction, written by Rosengren, KE, published by Biblis Limited, Norfolk in 2006. Communication Skills and Functional Grammar, written by Gupta S. and published by University Science Press, New Delhi in 2008. Thank you for watching this program. We can meet again with another topic. Have a nice day.